Hi friends, my name is host Derek. I haven't done this in a long time. I haven't done this webcam streaming thing in a long time. Oh my goodness. I I really try to go hero style right now before I start this streaming. Wow. I can barely do anything. That's why I did this kind of streaming instead of the other kind of streaming. I don't even have a microphone over here. How's anybody gonna hear me? Oh, meow to you too. Kitty, meow to you too. I love you. You're a great kitty. Oh my goodness. Okay. What is going on? Okay. Okay, it's fine. Nobody's even here. Oh, wow. Whew. What is going on? This is the primary question I have at the moment. Somebody needs a bong rip. No, that's a lie. I want a bong rip. I don't actually need one. In the same sense that I need food or whatever. That's so funny. Needing food. Who came up with that? That doesn't make any sense at all. That's silly. Obviously. Hi, one person. You're one person. You've always been that, though. Oh, now you don't even exist anymore. Things are silly. Things are weird and funny. The way the world is, the way things are. You know what's funny? It's ridiculous. Is how much time I spent on this stupid video. I just don't That's fucking hilarious. Why would I spend all that time doing that? It doesn't make any sense at all. That was a dumb video to spend all that time on. I spent so many hours making that stupid thing. What was I thinking? I wasn't, is the point. Obviously, I wasn't thinking at all. I would have spent all this time doing that. I mean, really, Eric. Have a little bit of sense. Don't spend fucking 12 hours doing that. Oh my god. What in the world is wrong with me? Oh, you're so silly, Eric. You have to be the silliest person on the planet. You are not the silliest person on the planet. I don't know who you be. Am I clowning around? Yeah. I'm just clowning around. I'm sorry for clowning around on the job here. I'm gonna stop it right now. Okay, so it's time to be serious. Obviously, it is time to be serious now. Now's a good time to be serious. No, it's not. That's an ironic statement. I was using a little something called irony. Okay. Which doesn't have anything at all to do with iron. If you thought that, I wouldn't blame you. It doesn't sound like it has something to do with iron, but it doesn't. Well, one could understand you making that conclusion cereal. Okay, you're right. You're absolutely right. First of all, you're obviously the expert on when it's fine to be clowny and when it's time to be serious. And now, finally, it's come the time. It took a while to get here, but now it's here. As things in transit take a while typically to get to wherever it is they're going. Thanks to that immutable barrier called the speed of light. God damn you, speed of light. Stop being so immutable. You stupid fucking speed of light. You got to stop that right now. That's not why I went in there. Oh no. Now I have to get up and go in there again. And I'm probably going to knock into this thing again. Because I can't seem to stand up without knocking into it. Like a big retard. It doesn't even matter when or what time of day or if I'm serious or not. You know, I'm serious. I can't not knock into those things. That's impossible. So that's why I don't like standing up. But here I go again, standing up. All right, watch it. Watch me not knock into this. I'm not knock into them this time. It's hard to do that. Because I'm doing a terrible job of arranging everything. What an idiot I am. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I keep talking about how other people are dumb. I have to be the stupidest man in fucking history. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I just spent like 12 hours working on that stupid head thing. I can't even stand up. How stupid is that? Oh my god. What is hard? What is going on with me right now? Here's another question that I have repeated already because I've yet to hear the proper answer And I remember what I'm doing over here. I'm trying to get myself some fucking coffee. But I keep failing to do that because I'm so dumb. This is the problem. This is why being dumb like me should get me a blue license plate so I can park wherever I want to. You know? It's like I should have a blue license plate so that I can park wherever I want to. Why not? Why wouldn't I have a blue license plate? Considering how stupid I am, who wouldn't give me one? Why would they deny me a blue license plate? I mean, you can do a home visit and check for yourself how stupid I am. You'll see for yourself. I'm not faking it. Ooh. This isn't like one of those workplace injury cases where you're gonna send your private detective to take pictures of me. I can actually walk fine. I'm not saying I can't walk. I'm saying I'm too stupid to have to choose a parking space. Let me park in the blue ones. That's fair. That is totally fair. I am way too stupid to figure out what parking space I want to park in. That is asking too much of me. I mean, no matter what day, what time, what mood, it really is. It's like asking. It's like asking a giraffe to explain what a certain Shakespearean sonnet means in contemporary English. It's just beyond their capacity. Just like me. I'm just like the giraffe in that analogy. I'm too stupid to do the thing that you're asking me to do. That's why I should get a blue license plate. It's the point of the story. And believe me, all stories have to have a point. Otherwise, what's the point in telling it? I mean, what's the point in telling a story that has no point? Well, definitionally, there's a lack of point there that keeps getting in the way of something. It's hard to say what keeps getting in the way of, but it keeps getting in the way of something. Whoa. Eric did a lot of DMT this morning for some reason. He just thought, well, you know, it's almost all gone. You should be trying to cash it. try to cash the whole thing. Makes sense. Since there's not that much left. There's not that much left. Might as well just try to cash the whole thing. It's like you don't want to. These things keep being in my way. Why are they constantly in my way? Just stop it. Just stop being in my way. It makes me so sad. And my nose is running. But no, we're not doing the DMT stream, okay? God, people keep mistaking regular me for DMT me. I don't understand why. We're identical. Except I have noticed that sometimes I have to breathe, you know, more when Dimitri's around. But listen, I'm not streaming for you, okay? You need to remember that. Because I'm streaming because I have no idea. I don't know why. It's an impossible question to answer. It's very much like the question, are you going to stream? I don't know. Why am I streaming right now? I don't know. You tell me. It doesn't have anything to do with any particular drugs except amphetamines makes me want to stream a lot, you know? And, yeah, well, no, that's not true. It's like, I said, well, if I'm gonna do Dimitri, I mean, well, I thought, I didn't know I was, actually, no, I didn't know I was gonna stream when I did it. I was watching my video about how to meditate. And I said, hold on a second, Eric. You already know how to meditate. And then I decided to meditate. But like I was saying, the thing that was a little bit of a conundrum that I had was it's almost cached. So I thought, well, maybe I should just try to finish it. So, I mean, I always tell you like 3 or 4 big hits, right? I mean, that's like for toddlers. Okay? You gotta go double that. You gotta go like 8. You gotta go like 8 big hits with big ass songs. And you still didn't quite cash it. And that was a little surprising. It was like, well, there's a little more in it than I thought. And then I found myself doing something I haven't done in fucking years, it seems like, which is I'm webcam streaming. So, am I now doing the Dimitri stream? I mean, it's pretty hard to deny the factuality of that. But I'm as surprised as you are. So, if you're asking for an explanation, I don't have any. I mean, I could make up one. Like, would you like me to make you an explanation? I could do that. I could make one up. Once upon a time, there was a guy who discovered all of a sudden, he looked around and he said, hold on a second. Everybody hold the phone. Everybody hold the phones, hold your horses, hold everything. I appear to be streaming. Now, as somebody who's streaming, I probably should have anticipated before having begun that I might receive the question, why are you streaming? But then, of course, I'm the guy who spent like 12 hours working on that stupid video that I just uploaded. So why would I know the answer to that question? I obviously don't know anything about anything. So, I mean, whoever's whoever spent like 12 hours on that thing, now that guy did not pass any of my is this person smart tests. Okay. That guy's an idiot. I mean, what are you thinking, guy? You're not thinking about it, is a problem. So, in no uncertain terms, this is my last upload. No matter how good or bad or whatever you think it is, my upload about how to meditate to enlightenment or whatever is basically, I mean, the process is so dumb. Oh my God, the process is so dumb. So dumb. I decided today to take a video of the cat sitting there. And I walked away and did a couple things. I came back, it was like 6.5 minutes long. So I said, oh, well, I guess I need 6.5 minutes of music underneath it. But my original thought was maybe it'll be about whatever the cat's doing. Like, and now she's sleeping, and now she's licking herself. But somehow, I'm not sure how, but it turned into a how to meditate lesson. Because I want people to have the same shortcut that I'm able to use to attain quick enlightenment. It's like the problem with enlightenment, as advertised, is it's supposed to take you years, right? No way, dude. No. Okay. I already played that game with like college. It's gonna take you 4 years to do. Okay, shut the fuck up with your years thing. Okay, just stop it right now. I have no more time for years. So I never did have time for years. Even when I was a baby. When I was a baby, years seemed even longer then than they do now. Hi, Tiny Man 66 and Mr. Putter. I can't see very well right now. Putler? Is that what that says? Putler? Putler Golem? Are you a puddler? Do you like to puddle? With a T though, not two D's. Puddle this away. I think you mean put. No, I mean puddle. It's archaic, but still more formal and fancy and better, therefore. Way of saying put. Okay, I'm serious though. If anybody wants to ask me any serious questions, just let you know. All of this stuff, I'm just killing time till somebody asks me a real question so I can seize upon any and every opportunity I might be presented to be serious, because I understand how terribly important being serious is, and I want to be as serious as everybody else. So come on. You need more cash. You're not being serious, Mr. Butler Golem. I want a serious question, serious engagement. Tiny Man 66, you didn't even spell hello right. How can you possibly be serious? You can't. I'm looking for serious people asking me serious questions. Questions like, should the Fed raise interest rates? What's the linkage to that between that and inflation? Naturally, the sort of questions people ask each other every day. Serious people ask each other, and they as they should. I mean, how many? Okay, well, you say you're serious, Tiny Man 66, but are you currently wondering whether the Fed should raise interest rates? If you're not, then you're not serious enough. You're just medium serious. Are you concerned about Inflation. Do you know the difference between inflation, deflation, and stagflation? If not, you're not serious enough. You need to learn more about stagflation, probably, is the one that's your deficit area. It's probably not N or D. Thanks, Mr. Putler Gollum, for your serious question. Is 3 type Enneagram 154 can just be 1A9? What? That's not serious. What is that? That's not even a meaning. I don't know what that means. Needs to be 1A9? Yeah, 154 be 1A9? Well, sure. Why not? Whatever you want it to be, sure. It could be that, be anything else too. I empower you to change things into whatever you want them to be. Don't worry about it. You don't even have to check with me. Go ahead. I won't. I'll pretend to be looking over there. Okay. I won't call you out. Go ahead and change whatever you want into whatever you want. Just bam. You're now a pile of gold. Just like I wanted. A second ago, you were a person complaining about something. Now you're a pile of gold. Thanks to my power to change things instantly from one thing that I don't want them to be into something else that I do want them to be. That's a pretty important power to have, right? It's like when they were designing people, why didn't they figure out that one? But I don't want everybody to have that power. Just me and that person I just gave it to. Mr. Putler Gollum. Your name's wrong, Mr. Putler Gollum. Your first name can't be Putler. Nobody's first name is Putler. You know what I want to do, honey? What? I want to name our child Butler. Butler? No, Putler. Putler? Why do you want to name our child Butler? Did you say Butler? No, I said Butler. It's hard to tell the difference, though. So my question remains, why do you want to name our child Butler? Well, because I love to put things. I'm hoping he'll view himself not just as somebody who puts, a putter, but somebody who takes putting on as their avocation in life. Okay? Yeah, I want a child to not just identify the putter of things, but a full-blown puttler. Wow, honey, I never knew pudding mattered so much to you. I'm sorry, did you say pudding? No, I said putting. With two T's, right? Yeah. It's hard to tell the difference between that and pudding with 2 D's, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. These are the conversations that go on between the parents who eventually do decide to name their child Putler. And it's perfectly well justified, as you can hear now that I've explained it. It's perfectly well justified because, first of all, Dad has an understandable passion for pudding. If you say you can't be sensuous, you can be sensual, you can be sensorially sensational, but you can't be sensuous, okay? It's a sin to be anything other than serious or something else. You can't mush it. Serious is the one thing where you can't play around, okay, with it. You can't play around with serious. It's serious. It isn't having it. God damn it. And this is serious. The thing about serious to remember, probably the deciding factor regarding it, it would be kind of in the same plane as understanding, except serious is so serious, it doesn't even have a preposition. What? I thought everything serious was preposition related, but seriously, what serious has taught me is serious is too serious for that. I can't blame him for being that serious because, like I said, you can't blame people or play around or make jokes about serious things because that's seriously wrong. You're not respecting the severity and importance that goes along necessarily as a precondition to being serious. So let's stop now. If my penis is either too small or too big, then it's serious. Well, then it's always serious. Because it's always either one of those two things. Like right now, it's definitely too small. Because why? Because it's all scrunched up. But at other times, if I were to try to walk around in an engorged state with, like, I don't know, pants on or something, I'd say this is too big for these. For this looks awkward. I wish it were back being too small again. That's what I'd say in those moments. But the thing is, usually in those moments, I don't have pants on. And I'm not concerned about it either way, really. At that moment, probably. I'm more like, oh, yeah, I'm going to totally make sexual intercourse with a lady. And then I do. And I'm like, wow, look at me go. Look what you did. Hey, look at that, Eric. Look what you can do. You can do that too. That's why I tell myself after I'm finished. I say, good job, Eric. Wow. Who knew? It's like I say about sex. It's a lot like skiing. Except instead of a mountain, you have a vagina. And instead of skis, you have a penis. And just like with skiing, just go in the mountain exclusively for the purpose of coming out of the mountain. Exclusively for the purpose of going back into the mountain again. It doesn't make any sense at all. And yet I find myself doing it periodically. And taking great, like, obviously, like, enthusiastic pleasure at this ridiculousness. And just a few minutes later, it's like, who was that crazy guy? And why did he want to do that stuff? I never have been able to figure it out. But it's like I was saying about Muhammad earlier. If you want to have more than one wife, you care way too much about sex. Seriously. Oh my God. Why would anybody want to have to deal with more than one relationship partner? It's like, it makes it impossibly complicated. It would make you just, oh my God, the FBFI, just the clusterfuck of, are you okay? Are you okay? Are we okay? Oh, what a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare. Rachel's really sick right now. I don't know what's going on with her physically. She's got a physical health issue right now. her feet and hands are very tingly. I mean, so tingly that like she's not able to do fine motor stuff at the moment, really, very without struggling a bit. That's how like losing feelings in her extremities she is. The thing is, I don't know what the fuck it is. It might be COVID. Like supposedly that's a symptom of COVID. I was quite convinced for a stretch that it had to be serotonin syndrome because I thought, okay, well, look, these symptoms coincided like exactly when we did a bunch of hard drugs, so there's probably some linkage there, you know. But the more I dig into it, I can't nail it down. It's like, well, when exactly did you first experience these symptoms? She's not really sure if it was a little before we went there or after we went there. She's pretty sure it was after, but she remembers at some point thinking, well, it's cold, that's why. And so it's like, okay, I don't know. I mean, even if I can identify that, yes, you definitely first experienced the symptoms after we did all those drugs, then I mean, any sane person would say, well, almost certainly that's what's related. But I could also conceive of a world in which it just coincidentally the symptoms of COVID hit her at that moment. I mean, obviously she couldn't have caught it there if she was experiencing symptoms there. Oh, we're definitely going to the doctor. I'm saying to Rachel, can we wait till Monday? Because it's hard to find a doctor on Sunday, and it's the day after New Year's, and it's not really. And if we are able to, we might have to like pay super extra or something. So we're gonna wait till Monday. But I am going to also message her shrink, her psychiatrist, about it and say, I don't know if I gave her serotonin syndrome. I mean, not me giving it to her. It's more like it happened on my watch. I sort of accepted that I'm responsible for her mental and physical health because somebody's got to take care of her. And I love her, so I might as well take care of her. And so when something like that happens, I think, okay, Eric, you really fucked up here. You were not paying enough attention to Rachel's unique situation, and just you were in Prince Land. It's 1999, and concerns about possible risks and harm avoidance and regret avoidance. What? No. We're not having any of those thoughts right now. So, I get a little bit mad at myself because I should have had those thoughts. I should always have those thoughts because I know that Rachel's more fragile than I am, and I don't want to break her having fun. So yeah, I blame myself. But I can't entirely blame myself because I don't really know what's going on. We are going to go to an actual doctor, but I am not remotely convinced that's going to add additional clarity. I have faith in her psychiatrist, but he can't do any actual empirical tests. He can just hear what we have to say and give his thoughts about it. So basically, you can see what a epistemological mess this question is. How do I know? What do I believe? What do I think? What do I posit? What do I hypothesize? There's so many different things to consider, but a reasonable number of them, so that it's still worth considering them, but I'm not going to get any resolution unless somehow a doctor goes, all right, well, I'm going to test for this specific thing that has this, protein marker we can consistently expect to display in blood or urine or whatever. And she tests positive for that, and therefore she got this thing. And then the doctor goes through that with me. I'm not going to be convinced of anything. I mean, I have very high ambiguity tolerance, so you're going to have to do a very good job of convincing me that you actually know the why for something. You're and the thing is, that's why I love Rachel's psychiatrists, is because we started our relationship with me nailing down the fact that no, he didn't know why about anything. So we can just stop that lying right now. But I have faith in his ability to actually do things that work, and that's way more important when it comes to Rachel's health than, you know, the Eric stuff or just whatever. It's just, you can't. That's the thing. It's not possible to get anything good as an extreme without getting something equally bad, equally extreme as a bad. It just isn't possible. So it's like, yeah, I'm absolutely the smartest person on the internet in terms of the only person that you can reliably assume will always say correct things and basically never say incorrect things. And I'm also one of the stupidest people on the planet, clearly, by any other metric. By every other metric, I have to be among the very stupidest people on the planet. You can't get, it's like everybody wants to be like, oh, I wish I were a big sports star. You don't understand. If you're a big sports star, that means you've got to be very focused on something that ultimately doesn't matter at all. And you have to really care about it as though it does, and be blind to the fact that it doesn't matter, and not care about the fact you're getting hurt, and all this other stupid shit. You don't actually want, people think, oh, I want this. They just see the good part of it. They just ignore the fact that it's a whole stick. It's not just half a stick. Okay. You got to get this super shitty part down here too. Just get half a stick. Everybody knows that. Tiny Man 66, you learned that, right? You learned that back in, what was it, 2019? You can never have half a stick. One night, you were in bed with a passionate lover. And you said, I want to try something different tonight. And you said to him, hey, buddy, can I just have half a stick? He said yes, and then proceeded to put the whole thing in there. Balls deep again. He was lying to you at that moment when he said he was just going to give you half of the stick. He didn't know he was lying. He thought he was going to do that, but he wasn't looking very far ahead in the future. Remember the skiing analogy? He was just visualizing the going in part and hadn't really thought it through all the way. He just thought it through to while he's still going in halfway. He didn't realize that once he had gotten there, oh, obviously the problem here is it's pretty clear. I need to go in the rest of the way. And that's when you learned nobody can ever have half a stick. And I wish you had done a better job of teaching the rest of the world that. But I guess you can't fuck everybody. Nobody's vagina is big enough for that. But it's a time joke, you see? It's a time joke because normally if you say, You can't fuck everybody. You mean not all at the same time, obviously. You mean you can't fuck everybody, even if it's not at all at the same time. But what I'm saying is you can't fuck everybody at the same time because your vagina's not big enough. You see the funniness of that joke? Wasn't that funny of me? Yes, everybody says, yes, Eric, you were funny. God, I can't believe I'm still here, is what everybody in the chat is thinking to themselves right now. Why am I here? Why am I listening to this man? What am I doing at 5:13 in the morning watching Eric supposedly live stream? I'm skeptical about whether or not I'm actually live streaming. It seems unlikely. It's not a good time to live stream. I should be in bed. I probably am in bed. It's probably a dream. Like, of course, Alice in Wonderland. The most professionally written narrative screenplay in history. Whoever wrote the original thing, Lewis Carroll, that guy was really attentive to having things make a lot of sense in the storyline. But he refused to pay any attention to it when making this particular story. And that's why it's such a classic. But you know who the coolest guy is? That guy who wrote Kubla Khan, the poem, because he's got the coolest story. He was high on drugs or dreaming. I'm not sure which, one of the two. And no, he was asleep. And he woke up with this whole poem supposedly in his head of Kubla Khan. And he hurriedly wrote it down. He got about halfway through. Somebody knocked on the door. It was like, telegram, or something like that, right? And he's like, okay. All right, yeah, thanks. Bye. Okay, yeah, that's fine. By the time he got back to the paper, he forgot all the rest of it. It was gone. So it's a half poem. Coolridge. I think that's the guy's last name. But the thing is, I wonder if Kubla Khan, I mean, it is a cool poem. It's a good poem. But I wonder if it would have been so successful it didn't have that great story to go along with it, You think it persists in the literary canon because of that story? I suspect so. More than necessarily inherent quality. Although remember also, it is not 3 hours later wherever you are. I've been talking about this for a few days now, and nobody's seemed to get it. Time zones are a lie that other people use to justify not keeping track of what time it actually is. And the time it actually is 5:16 a.m. So once you get that through your head, we won't have this discussion anymore. People like you who are too irresponsible to keep track of what time it is need to stop projecting your bullshit onto me. Okay? I mean, you're not even close. 8:15? You're like 3 hours off, dude. You are wildly wrong about the time. Just look outside. It's obviously not fucking 9 in the morning or whatever. Now you got me off topic. I was talking about something very important earlier. I was complaining about how Tiny Man 6'6" can't fuck everybody. And I don't mean to shame her about it, but it's because her vagina is not big enough. It would have to be absolutely enormous to get 3.5 billion penises in there at the same time. So it's not really her fault, and yet it's her responsibility. So what do we do with that? Sure, we can shame her. Sure, we can blame her. Sure, we can put her in jail, I guess. But that's just going to end up having less of a chance of fucking everybody. That's not going to help. I mean, I guess we could put her in a male prison. that might actually help, but like, what is up with that anyway? Why are we so tolerant of segregation when it comes to prisons? I mean, I know I want my daughter to be treated fairly and put in with the general population of men. If she should ever get a DUI or something, it's only fair. I am sick and tired of segregation. Okay. Tiny Man 66. Even if we were to limit everyone only to Korean pop singers, your vagina is still too small. There are quite a few Korean pop singers. Okay. And contrary to the rumor, some of them are hung like horses. Very small horses, but still horses. Something's streaming. I hope did I get caught up in that thing, that stream again? Am I part of this? I swore next time I'm streaming, I'm just not going to be part of it anymore. It's just like, I can stream without me because I'm just tired of it. It's like, stop uploading so many videos. You're blowing up my fucking notifications thing so much that you don't even notify me anymore. It seems like a contradiction, but it's not. And for fuck's sake, what's up with all the cat videos? So, I'm pretty mad at myself right now. I refuse to participate in any more of my projects. I just can't trust this guy. He's not a good worker. He doesn't choose what to work on well. Do you know this fucker spent like 12 hours working on that stupid meditation video? Shit, you not. Least well spent 12 hours of my life. I know your name is Tiny Man 66. Oh, you mean your name is 10Y Man 6 is X. Oh, I have been mispronouncing it. Thank you for the clarification. Is it because you really like 10? Is it your favorite semi-precious metal-y thing? Combination of base metals? Is it your favorite practical and non-precious combination of base metals? Is what I should have said. And I apologize for not being clear. As I should. When I am guilty of befuddling others with a lack of clarity. Nobody wants that. And least of all me. Actually, you want it even less than I do, so I guess you win that one. But I didn't know that when I said it, so I was wrong, not lying. Sky Gear, obviously, you're the most unique. And Tiny Man 66 is the most unique. But it's equally true, obviously, that Boba Fett is really the most unique. And I just think that Nacho Business is very totally, entirely, substantially unique. These things are obvious, and yet we're left without real clarity on the question. Is Anton Dianova unique? Yes, okay. But is he more unique than Yo-Yo? Well, this is where we run into the problem, right? It's hard to say when you compare two things that are unique, which is more unique. Although it must be the case, obviously, that one of them is more unique, because anytime you have two things that are the same, one is always more of that than the other. whether it's unique, pregnant, or dead, it doesn't matter. You always, if you have two instances of things that are the same in some fashion, one of them is more than the other. Okay? It is true for uniquities as it is for dead bodies, as it is for pregnant women, as it is for falling. If you and I are both falling from the sky, one of us is falling more. And that one is the unlucky one. If you are going to fall from the sky onto the ground, you'd prefer to be the one that's falling less, obviously. But you don't get to choose that. God chooses that. Uniqueness is not unique, okay? There's nothing unique about uniquity. It's one of those commonplace singularities there are. One of the most commonplace, absolutely distinct singularities that there could possibly be. Just keep in mind, FI can't think for itself as we get our thoughts from others. No, you don't. FI doesn't do that. FI doesn't care what other people think at all. FI is just as stubbornly I'm right as me. The only difference is if it's FI tool, they're actually wrong. That's the only difference. They're just as stubborn and just as convinced as me, but they just don't have any reason to be. Except for they want to be. And that's good enough, you know? That's all the reason you need. I would prefer to be correct than not correct. Therefore, I am. I'm using FI as a tool function. You are not going to sway me. No, sir. I make decisions about what the statuses of things are with my deliberative tool function. Unfortunately, my deliberative tool function is the same thing as my arbitrary feelings. But that's not the point, sir. The point is you will not decide anything for me. Okay? That's FI tool. It's just like me, except wrong. They're not selfish. They're just wrong. Okay? FI people are not selfish. There's nothing selfish about having reasonable personal boundaries and choosing things based on what you actually like. That's not selfish. But it just means that if you do that, you're constantly wrong when you make claims about things. But I mean, if you really care about what's really important to you and what you really like and want, who fucking cares about being right or wrong about claims about things, right? It doesn't matter. So they aren't selfish. They are wrong. If you were going to insult them with an adjective, it would be correct to call them stupid. But they're not selfish, really. And they're certainly not, keep up with the Joneses, people pleasers, conformists. They're not that, they're not just going along with what everybody says. And the thing is, accordingly, they're what you might call scattershot wrong. They're wrong or right. It'd be two things that are linked incredibly closely by logic, and they can be totally wrong about one and totally right about the other, and totally ignoring the actual reason why the two things are linked. I mean, you want to talk about a mind-boggling event that just fucking blew my mind is when that lady expressed to me she was concerned she might have gotten the answer wrong to the question, is it a chicken or a rooster? Can you imagine? Like, what's going on there that makes her, I mean, well, I know what's going on. She's automatically defaulting to anytime something's being presented as a black and white question, it's because somebody else knows what the answer is. And they're checking to see if I know what the answer is, and I'll either get it right or wrong, because after all, it's a TI thing, and I'm just a passive observer here. I'm not really a participant in any of this TI stuff. So, if you're going to ask me questions, I'm going to give you answers. I'm going to hope I got it right when you grade the test later. I mean, I found it like, oh, it runs that deep. That's what's going on. It's like when it comes to TI deliberations, you're assuming it's just part of a TE process, and it's the only relevance of status correction is as part of that TE process, because it's not the kind of statuses you're equipped to actually resolve with your tool function. So you default to this other weird frame of reference, Right. And what Rachel says here is, my thinking isn't tied up in my identity. And this is what I would love to hear every fucking FI person say. I don't need to validate on your thinking metric in order to be okay with myself. And I get that because you're so stupid about what I'm good at, that you're going to end up making fun of me. Because if you're good at what I'm good at, you probably wouldn't make fun of me. After all, you're relying on me and people like me to watch your channel. FI stuff, Like, I'm supposed to keep that in mind. I mean, how am I going to remember that? I'm never going to remember that. I just say what comes into my head. I love Dallas. Dallas is fantastic. This is the thing. When I say this shit, I'm not thinking some individual human being is going to take it and apply it to themselves. I'm just thinking, well, I guess I'm just not thinking about that. I don't know what else to say besides I'm just not thinking about that. I'm just thinking, well, these are just true words that people use because they're true and they can rely on because they're well justified. I don't even think that. I just think, well, people are going to have a hard time successfully rebutting this. That's really the only thing I think, basically, is like when I make a video where it's weak, I go, oh, Jesus, here comes rain. I'm sure rain's going to show up any minute now. Right behind him. Oh, there's Sky Gear. Look at them having this extended conversation about how stupid Eric was in this video. Fun. I love those comment threads. So, that's what I'm really trying to avoid most of the time. If I'm talking about stuff seriously, like argumentational stuff or cognitive functions, I'm trying to avoid being sloppy so that I don't hear anything from Rain, or his equivalents. Because it's like, you succeeded with an INTP if they don't say anything. Because they've spent the whole video looking for what they can shit on. And they know, well, the reason they're here in part is because they know when they find something that they can shit on, I've got no choice but to lie there and eat their shit. And I don't like it, but that's the job I've assigned to myself. So I really try to avoid those moments when I can. Sometimes I can squirm out of them. Sometimes I can't. I can be quite squirmy when I've allowed myself the appropriate amount of vagary while maintaining the correct amount of apparent definitiveness. Of course, you don't want your vagary to look like vagary. You want it to look like clarity and sound like it, so that when you get critiqued by the INTP about what you clearly said, you can backpedal and say, actually, I was more vague than that. Very important. Very, very important to do that. Otherwise, you're going to lose those arguments. You're going to lose those arguments with INTPs every time, unless you prepared with some extra plushy vagueness. You gotta get the ultra plush kind of vagueness, because what'll happen is the INTP will be wiping their own butt with your ultra plush vagueness. They'll go, wow, this sure is soft, and they won't notice how vague it is. That's the key. If you make it pleasing enough to their SI, maybe they'll be just so enamored with the softness of it on their butthole that they'll just be like, hey, this feels great. I'm not going to critique it for being toilet paper. But, kind of a Hail Mary wishful thinking kind of thing. Sometimes it works. Sometimes I get to be Doug Flutie. Usually pick six, or best falls harmlessly to the turf, as they say in the football commentary community. They do say that all the time. Dave, of all people, is here. Oh my God. Of all the people who could have come here right now, were any of you guessing Dave? I wasn't. This is absolutely a delightful surprise, Dave. Of all people, Dave's here. Wow. The worst thing someone can say to me is accusing me of having bad intentions. Yeah, you don't have any bad intentions, Rachel. Rachel Gerard has no bad intentions. I mean, I kind of feel the same way, though. If somebody accused me of bad intentions, I'm much more willing to cop to stupidity than bad intentions, right? Like, look, I agree. What I just said there was not okay and very stupid. But you got to at least credit me. You got to give me at least 3 ounces worth of stupidity play, I got to be able to play at least 3 ounces worth of stupidity, because otherwise you're just not being fair to me. I too can be incredibly stupid lots of times, and so it's probably me being stupid rather than malevolent. The only time I get malevolent, well, I mean, like, okay, responding to the comments about Jordan Peterson, I've been playing Jeff Shaw or whatever, like saying shit that doesn't mean anything just to slam the idiot who's leaving a comment I don't like. Say things like, "Oh my gosh, it's so adorable watching you mimic analysis." That's not helpful, but hilarious, but not helpful. Well, maybe it is helpful. Maybe that guy feels so burned that he won't open his stupid mouth around me again. Right? That's something. That counts for something. Oliver Linehan, you are a comedy genius. There's no disputing that. Dave Pooper Powers is unrelated to the second sentence. Completely unrelated to the second sentence. There's no linkage. It's like a chain that doesn't exist. No linkage. I made a great joke the other day, which is that I'm so marginalized that if I were butter, I'd be margarine, and then I wouldn't be allowed to exist. I love that joke. Why? It doesn't make any sense. That's why. It's but it usually you have to make some sense to be funny, but for some reason that doesn't make any sense, and it's funny because it doesn't make any sense, which is almost impossible to attain. No, I agree with you, Rachel. Look, the deliberation types are both the same. They're like, I am the final arbiter of statuses of things. You can make your argument. For a TI person, you can make all the arguments you want. I will listen to them. And if your arguments beat mine, I will replace mine with yours. With FI Tool, it's like you can make all your arguments, but if I don't like the way it makes me feel, you can have a great day. But secretly inside of yourself, you're going, you can go fuck yourself, motherfucker. That's one of the differences, is just very simple. What we say out loud, right? You think the same thing I think, but you just don't say it because you're nice, right? You're trying to be nice to people. And that's a good thing, you know? It's good to try to be nice to people. I try to be nice to people. Actually, I don't try to be nice to people. I try to be likable. And when I'm not nice, I'm not likable. And then I think, I should be nice. You know? I try to be delightfully charming. When you're interacting with me, Rachel, Mentos Jones, Boba Fett, Oliver Linehan, None of Your Business, Dave, of all people, I want you to say, oh my God, this guy is just delightful. He is so charming. I would love to just like go hang out with him. That's what I want all of you to say when you see me on the internet or hear me talking. But I'm only accomplishing that a fraction of the time. If I could only take some drug that would make me permanently delightful and charming. Well, to do that, I'd have to become an INFJ, and then I'd have this incredibly strange relationship with my own body that INFJ. Rachel has this, just like, when I ask her questions about, okay, so tell me about what you're feeling physically, the answers are so, it's like 8th slot has this weird kind of blindness that's different than 7th slot in its appearances and stuff. Like she would never test as SI polar. She can give plenty of examples and details and stuff like that. But when you ask her to do a little bit of like, okay, I'm the doctor, you're the patient, I need information from you, she gets this confused, puzzled look on her face. Like, you know, for example, she can identify symptoms like I coughed really hard the other day and I threw out my back for a minute, for like a day, as far as I could tell her. So I'm now concerned that I may have pinched a nerve, and maybe that explains these tingles. But if I ask her, okay, do you feel overall achy? It's like she doesn't know what that means. It's weird. It's this total disconnect from using real-time SI data throughout her back when coughing. which I've done myself before. It's not. She didn't throw it out bad, and she's fine, but she doesn't know either. That's the other thing. It's like she's not gauging actual SI data to determine very much about how she is. She's reaching out for pieces of SI data and then like researching it on the internet a bunch. So it's, whereas SI people, and especially SIFE people, because they have that added quality of not only does this make sense to me, but does it make sense in general, right? They know how to look to their bodies for information in a way that SI in the 7th or 8th slot just does not know how to do. Her back's fine now, but like I said, this is part of this weird SI thing. She does recall having thrown it out like 2 weeks ago, and even though it's like she never really updated her status to go, oh, my back feels fine now, which it clearly does and has for a long time. And so she's in this sort of state of baffledness about things because her body's not operating perfectly. But because it's not, also she's finally paying attention to things that I've thought she should pay attention to for a long time. Like she needs desperately to drink more water and liquid in general. She doesn't drink enough water. And I know this in part because when she goes to bed at night and she sleeps like 9 or 10 hours, she does not get up one time to pee. And even when she wakes up in the morning, sometimes I'll tell her, why'd you go pee, Rachel? You just got up in the morning, oh yeah, I go pee. So she needs to drink more liquids. And also I know she needs to drink more liquids because when she pees in this thing here, sometimes I'll pour it out because it smells. Her pee smells stronger than mine. But and when I do pour it out, I go, oh my God, this is like so dark. Your poor kidneys. She's taking a bunch of drugs that your kidneys have to process anyway. So God promised he'd give you $1,000 every time someone told me to go fuck yourself. Unfortunately, he then made me FE tool. Wow. That is a cruel trick to play on somebody. You're never going to get someone to tell you to go fuck yourself. You know what would be a good trick, actually? I'm really interested in learning more about autoeroticism. Could you give me some advice, please? Then somebody could naturally say, well, I suggest you go fuck yourself. And it wouldn't be an insult. It'd just be answering your question. It'd just be providing you useful information about the nature of autoeroticism and the two key components to it, namely the fuck and the self. Yeah, dehydration makes you pee. She doesn't drink enough liquids. She is eating well, which is good. I see her, although she didn't have hardly any of her steak tonight, but she eats when there's very much like me. She and I both have this weird active battling against any scheduling of meals. So it's like, oh, dinner's ready? Oh, well, the fact that dinner's ready right now makes me really not want to have dinner right now for some reason. It makes me want to have it later or have already had it before, maybe. But I don't want to have it when the food's ready. Even when I make my own food, I don't want to eat it when it's ready. I want to eat a bite of it, walk over here, walk back over there, eat another bite of it, walk back over here, walk back over there, eat another bite of it. Because I don't want to commit to eating a whole meal. It's weird, right? It's so dumb. Well, perhaps you should use a euphemism such as car sensuality, which most people will, I'm assuming, understand means autoeroticism. Dave, of all people, is damning me. I never thought I'd see the day, Dave, of all people. You, too, would damn me. A2, Brutus, as Shakespeare famously wrote in his play, Julius Caesar, the story of a guy who gets stabbed. They cut the, what do they call it, tagline off in modern editions of it. That was the original tagline. He really wanted to drive home the main action of the play. That's why he said, he titled it Julius Caesar, the story of a guy who gets stabbed a lot. He went back and forth on whether to include the a lot. Even though it was true. I mean, who gets stabbed more than Julius Caesar? A pincushion, maybe. That's it. I mean, whenever anybody thinks of stabbing, the first person's name that comes to their mind is Julius Caesar. On Jeopardy, when they had the question, this man was stabbed, the answer was, who is Julius Caesar? Remember that one? Category of victims of violence. Famous victims of violence. I'll take famous victims of violence for 700, Alex. That's our Daily Devil. And the clue is he was stabbed. Who is Julius M.F. and Christ Caesar? And Alex came over and high-fived me. You got it, bro, he said. That was an easy one. Who else would we be talking about? Nobody. The real question is, how did Brutus die? Everybody knows how Julius Caesar died and whom he was particularly disappointed in, namely Brutus. But whatever happened to Brutus after that? How long did Brutus live after Julius Caesar's death? Did he ultimately end up feeling like, you know what? That was a good decision. I'm glad I participated in that. Or did it ultimately lead him to regret his course of action? Did he say, I miss Julius Caesar. I shouldn't have stabbed him. I wonder if Cleopatra regrets ordering that box full of asps. If she hadn't had it on hand, she couldn't have used one to kill herself. Something that I don't doubt she still regrets to this day as she burns in a fiery lake in Hades forever. Where does the word brutality come from? Well, it comes from Pornhub. Well, brutally comes from Pornhub. Brutally is a word that Pornhub invented to describe how certain orifices are porked, let's say, in certain contexts, in certain, you might call sub-communities of the pornography metaverse. That's where the word came from. No. That's gross. Bestiality is not anything that should be pornography. Because why? Animals are not for fucking. Okay? I know you guys love cows. If you guys haven't heard, the rest of us non-India people, if you haven't heard, in India, they absolutely love their cows. Cows are to Indians like Americans have dogs and cats. Um, but of course, you got to feed them a lot of hay compared to a cat, which has a very small hay consumption requirement. Boba Fett's got 3 cows living in his kitchen. And he didn't even buy them or anything. They just invited themselves in, but it's in India, it's considered extremely rude to ask a cow to leave, even if they've clearly overstayed their welcome. You're supposed to continue just putting out dishes of hay for them indefinitely. And yeah, they poop right on the floor. But in India, it's considered an honor to clean up cow poop. So Boba Fett is all aglow most days with pride because he's had the opportunity to clean up multiple cow patties. And it's one of the things I think that maybe India got wrong. I'm not saying every Indian person is wrong. I'm just saying the country may have gotten this cow issue wrong. I get it. They are kind of cute. But that animal is actually for eating. I mean, sure, you could get milk out of them too. But ideally, you just eat them straight. The milk, you just turn straight into cheese and you just eat the rest of them. And I think what happened is when India was figuring all this shit out, what they got were 2 words confused for each other. They got the words eat and respect confused for each other when it came to cows. And so instead of remembering to eat them, they accidentally started respecting them. And that's why if you're a cow in India, you can demand anything or anybody, and they have to immediately give it to you. That's a broad power, needless to say. So, I mean, India's a westernized democracy in a lot of ways. They've got limitations on police powers, limitations on search and seizure, but cows are explicitly exempted from all of those rules. Literally, cows have complete immunity no matter what. They've got both diplomatic immunity, judicial immunity, situational immunity, and of course, they're immune to COVID as well, which is a lot better than we humans can say. Everybody's getting that thing nowadays. I just wish somebody back then had been saying, this is never going to work. If only somebody could have foreseen exactly this scenario and said it way back when. Well, I mean, there's no sense wishing for the impossible. No sense in that. I mean, who could have been so smart to realize that way back then? Nobody could have. Nobody could possibly have realized this was going to happen way back then. That's not even conceivable. Again, I'm employing a literary device. Can you guess which one? It rhymes with Myrony, which means Myron-like, despite the quality of someone named Myron. The answer is irony. Actually, I did say all that stuff back then. I love that so much. I'm glad no one listened to me back then so that I can gloat like this now. It's kind of a necessary precondition to be able to fully, get deep and juicy in the gloatage. Oh, yeah. Just dip both those gloat nuts straight into my gaping maw. Oh, so good. I have a bum boy named Ronnie. I don't have a bum boy named Ronnie. Watch Survive the Jive on the YouTubes. He's a crypto fascist, nice guy. So, you don't usually see nice guys in a positive or comment out a positive following the word fascist. But I appreciate the fact that, sure, even fascists can be nice guys. You just don't want to give them any political power, right? There's a lot of nice guys you don't want to give political power to. They go by all kinds of names: fascists, moderates, liberals, conservatives, people not named Eric, people named Eric but who aren't me. They go by all kinds of names. I call them people who shouldn't have political power. you know, it's a very large group of people. It's almost everybody. So, I mean, that's just, it's like, that's not very democratic, but it's true. Good citizenship should include good self-evaluation on the matter of political discourse and civic participation. If you're not a policy civics government nerd, you don't have any business voting on anything. Just stop. Seriously. Know yourself well enough and respect the citizen democracy enough to not vote. Would I clone myself? No. How would I possibly be able to compete against that guy? He'd be fantastic. I'm having enough trouble as it is competing against a bunch of scrubs. Last thing I need is another me out there. I should narrate historical documentaries. Let's make a documentary right now. All right, so let's make a documentary about a native people tribe who live on an island someplace, okay, that our anthropologists are going to civilize. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to make some notes here so I can do this properly. What, Eric? You have to make notes before you can say something, before you can make a joke about a document. Yeah, well, I want to, otherwise it's going to turn out shitty. Wow. I'm surprised to hear you say that. Well, it's called self-knowledge. You know what that famous philosopher guy said? Know thy own self before you try to drive a car. That guy was right. What am I doing again? Oh, yes, right, documentary. So we need some specs. We got the Dosalulo tribe. Sounds nice and tribal. Maybe the O apostrophe O. That's tribal. Osalu. Oosa ululo. So Sataulo. That would be easier to say. Sataulo. Okay. Sataulo. The Sataulo people. And so this is factoid 1 we want. Now factor 2, the name of the island. It'll be part of an isolated chain of southern ocean islands Southern Pacific Islands, we'll call them. Southern Pacific Islands, called the 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 Matimbi Islands. Matin. No, actually, we'll give them a European or something. Like the Saint DeAndre French Acquisitions. Good name for the island chain. Part of an isolated chain of South Pacific islands called the Saint DeAndre French Acquisitions, which appropriately had been acquired by France during the colonial period and one of the few colonies over which France continues to maintain absolute control. Okay, so now we got some details here. However, this tribe is on a particular island in this chain known as Kiwakia, which translates simply to home. In the tongue of these simple people. In the let's see, melodious warbles of Hulaka, a native tongue both indigenous to this island and entirely free of befouling etymological, I don't know how to spell that word. Etymological plunder of European linguistic influences. Well, I'm writing too many words down. I should be making bullet points. Doing a terrible job of preparing for this fake documentary that isn't even going to have any pictures with it. Because I've not even set it to live stream like that. But that's okay. I'm going to paint pictures with my words. It'll be fine. Okay, so they farm, carrot, yams, sweet potatoes. Give me sweet potatoes. New potatoes. Yukon Gold. Russet. All red potatoes. and and turnips as their staple crops. Okay. Um, they've got a couple of key events, we could talk about their weddings, how they bury their dead, how they use boats to go on water. We'll have to talk about um, feast day. Talk about their religion and the sacrifices they have to do. We'll have to talk about what they use. They have no money. Instead, and we'll figure out what goes after that. They have no money. Instead, it's something else, And what we need here, lastly, is a bit of framing, frame back up and out. So basically, who's the scientist, right? Who is this scientist who's given all this information to these important documentary filmmakers? Who is this scientist lady? It's got to be a lady, right? It's Dr. Kelly G. XI. And a tenured professor at Vassar who spent her 3-year-long sabbatical immersing herself among the Oosataulo, 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 O O Sat Lulo. I'll spell it out like that so I'll be able to pronounce it better. Okay. She, adopted their customs. She learned their language. She became the chief's 7th wife. And then for the next 2 years, wet nursing village babies to learn about their culture. They're rich. They're rich culture. They have no writing, of course, but that's fine. They have a rich oral tradition as well. That's how these things go usually. Anytime you have no writing, my God. But dear Lord, that oral tradition is amazing. Native crafts. They've got various native crafts. Normally, drive away outsiders. It took Dr. G. But Dr. G left treats around and waited quietly. Okay, she did the normal trick, bringing the trees closer and closer to her until finally one of the native people came and ate out of her hands. Okay, I'm ready to go now. Now I'm ready to do the documentary that we so badly need to do. You see, earlier, I was wasting my time. I don't know if I had mentioned this. I was really being dumb. I spent 12 hours working on this stupid how to meditate video. But, I don't know if I don't know how many hours I spent on it. Probably about that. Maybe a little bit less. But now I'm spending my time wisely. Finally. Because now I'm making a documentary about the Oosat Alulu tribe. Lulo. The Oosat Alulu tribe. Okay? That's what it's called. I haven't started the documentary yet. Okay? So don't say this is part of it. As I was indicating to Jeff Shaw the other night, this is not part of that. So watch it. I'll tell you when it begins. You'll be able to tell because I'll become British. Become David Attenborough's equivalent American-ish counterpart. All right. So here we go. Are you ready? Full documentary about to begin. In fact, it's so about to begin that I'm going to record it with OBS. I'm not just going to stream it on this thing, right? That's how you know it was really about to be on, or like Blonde. If Blonde were as on as Dawn, who's very on, then maybe. Under those conditions, possibly, sure. Under lesser conditions like the ones we're currently dealing with, then no. But I'm fixing that right now. Right now. That's the window I want. No, it's not the window I want. You might be saying to yourself, Eric, this is the boring part of the stream. Like, how am I expected to even stay here and listen to you as you're working on something independently of us? You've got a good point. You do. That's why I'm giving you an A+ for the day. You deserve it. You deserve an A+ today, and you're getting one. I don't want any arguments. You deserve it. You're getting it. That's it. Okay? Hey, you are loved. You are. You are loved. When you're feeling blue, I want you to remember that. You are loved. Big love grows in small houses. Remember that too, okay? It's an important lesson to remember. I remember because it was on the sign on my wall for such a long time. Which obviously I didn't put it there, but it was there nevertheless. Here we go. It may not look like this desolate stretch of rocky beach, but it's here on the shores of Kiwakia. We begin one of the most interesting stories in recent anthropological history. Kiwakia, which translates to home, and the melodious warbles of Pulakaha, a native tongue both in to this island and entirely independent, free of any befouling etymological plunder of European linguistic influences. This island, part of an isolated chain here in the South Pacific, the Saint Deandre French acquisitions, back when Napoleon was battling against the British and the Spanish Armada came along and said no more of this. Around those times, that's when the French acquired these islands, and they remain in possession of them to this day. So what we see here is absolute lack of development, rocky, thick soil, volcanic ash hanging like a pall over the landscape. Where are the French now, you may ask? Well, fear not. They've good cause to stay away. This island of Kiwakia is protected to preserve this authentic and pure native culture that persists here in the Oasat Alulo tribe. These wonderfully savage people subsist primarily on game caught in the island's rich and verdant jungles, but additionally, they'll farm small plots, planting meager crops of taro, yams, sweet potatoes, semi-sweet potatoes, new potatoes, Yukon Gold russet, small red potatoes, and turnips primarily, with a few other root vegetables. With supplementing this meager fare with bits of fish, monkey flesh, and hedgehog, the Osatalulu people continue to thrive, live, learn, love, as they have for thousands of years. Today we'll meet renowned scientist Dr. Kelly G. She's a tenured professor at Vassar. She spent 3 years of her sabbatical immersing herself among the Osatalolo tribe. Tell us, Dr. Kelly G, what has it been like?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for asking and for having me. I went into this knowing this was a full deep dive, a full immersion. I was going to adopt these people's customs. I was going to learn their language. And I did. What I did in 3 years, I wish I had a lifetime of 3 years to spend doing it, because it has been the richest, most profoundly changing experience of my life. That's absolutely fascinating, Dr. G. So, normally, this tribe of people doesn't allow outsiders to visit. What did you do differently to earn their trust? I have always been a multidimensional academic, and I've looked at other fields to find inspiration. And what I learned is that when other anthropologists were working with, say, gorillas, they use a locality treat range approach to what we call it in the field. And it's what I did. I put out treats, Snickers bars, things like that. And first I put them about 100 meters away from me. And when the native would hesitantly come to get it, I just sit still and watch, clearly indicating I'm no threat, have my hands up. I'd make sure not to smile. And the reason is because even though we think of smiling as being nice, in the animal kingdom, they consider it a threat. And these wonderfully native and natural people retain so much of that pre-human language that we've lost because of Europe. Absolutely true, Dr. G, and fascinating insight. So how long did it take until you were able to speak their language? Well, until to be completely fluent, I guess about 3 weeks. It's an incredibly small language. They only have maybe 300 words total. I have two verbs. So, it's like you're either doing something or you're fishing. That two words. You can fish or something else. We got two numbers, one or not one. And they only have one season. It's called spring all the time here. They don't distinguish between any different kinds of fish. Each one is simply called fish. I mean, not, I'm translating. It's called oko, but it means fish. So, and that's true. If you point to a whale, you point to a shark, you point to a minnow, you say oko. They all, yeah, that's what that is. I've tried to indicate to them, naturally, that maybe they should distinguish between the different kinds, but they don't get the concept. I see. So once you were fluent, what happened then? Well, I tried to adopt their local customs. The chief indicated that I was to be his seventh wife. And if you know anything about the Sata law, they do not take kindly to saying no to the chief. So I wasn't entirely enthused, but I said, hey, I said deep dive. I said full immersion. I'm here to know these people. And so I did get married to the chief. It was a strange ceremony, but it's like that's what makes their culture so rich. I see. And what did the ceremony include? Well, there were many dishes. It was a big festival. There was dishes of taro root, yams, sweet potatoes, semi-sweet potatoes, new potatoes, Yukon Gold, russets, small red potatoes, many different kinds of potatoes. I see. And what do these potatoes mean in terms of totemic importance to these poor, native, beautiful savages? Well, it is true that the potato plays an important role in the Sata culture. It's basically equivalent to how Indians think of cows. So the problem is, this is why they have such a difficulty with malnutrition, is they farm, the only thing they have to farm is potatoes, but they also consider them sacred, and so they can't eat them except under very special circumstances. One of them being when somebody gets married. So that's why, I was the chief's seventh wife. And then the day after that, I was made his brother's, I think it was fifth wife. Basically, I became everybody's wife just so we could eat because everybody else was already married. They were starving when I got here. Dr. She, that is absolutely fascinating. Yeah, I've got a lifetime's worth of cocktail party stories to tell. Let me tell you. I bet you do. Can you share one with us now? It was something exciting that happened during your time with the Satalulo tribe. Well, after I became pregnant, um, and it was strange, I came full-term birth at 7 months, and the native women themselves have pregnancies as short as 4 months, giving birth to full-term 8-pound babies. So I was surprised by that. And I think it must be a genetics thing because, like I said, full term at 8 months, the chief, maybe, kind of you could subtract, right? Regardless, that's not neither here. Nor there. After I gave birth, my baby died actually like right away because, most babies around here do. Because there's a rite of passage, a ritual where you have to put the baby on top of an alligator's head for at least 3 minutes. Well, what they say is more than one, not 1 minute. They only have two numbers, remember. But anyway, yeah, they go about as long as it takes to to dance around a bit. And then if the baby's still there when you're done dancing around, it's a good baby. If it's not, it was a bad baby to begin with. I made the mistake of watching. I should have been dancing with everybody, but it was absolutely horrible seeing my newborn infant crushed in the gaping maw of a hungry alligator, hearing his anguished wails. It will haunt me for the rest of my days, but I'm just grateful that I didn't try to impose my values on these wonderful people and their wonderfully rich culture. I'm very grateful for that as well. And, that must be a very powerful experience for you. It was very powerful. It was extraordinarily traumatic. Every time I hear the name Al, I wail, "My baby, my dead baby!" It's a trigger for me. I see. Well, moving on. Any other things you'd like to share about your experience with the O'Saalolo tribe? Well, sure. As mentioned, or I may not have, they have no writing, but they have a very, very, very rich oral tradition. And I learned that early on. I had to suck a lot of dick. Let me tell you. That's when your whole culture relies on people marrying each other to eat, you got to suck a lot of dick. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Well, I do appreciate your candor in this matter. And we are all adults here. So we can speak in these scientific ways about such matters. But can we move on to something a little bit more happy? Oh, sure. I mean, there's plenty of happy things. Plenty of happy things. So they have wonderful native crafts. They make things out of leaves, different kinds of palm fronds. They make pot holders out of palm fronds. They make bobbly heads out of palm fronds. And they keep trying to sell them to tourists and stuff who are on boats passing by or whatnot, coming from some of the other French Acquisition Islands. But they don't get the concept, because as soon as they come over to get them, to buy them, the natives throw spears at them. And we've had to bury several missionaries already, and also two perfectly nice German couples who, in typical fashion, spoke beautiful English. By the way, I should mention that. Lovely couple. They were just they wanted to see some of the native crafts. I was actually kind of feel bad. I waved them over to come to visit our island, but hey, what a bloodbath! Wow, Dr. G, you've had an amazing, amazing experience. I have. One I'll never forget. One I'll continue to live as well. Have you chosen to stay with the O'Saalolo tribe? Well, not so much chosen. The chief informed me that if I left, he would kill my 2 children. I've had 2 other children survive since the one was eaten by the alligator. And he said he would, I guess his exact words were, rip apart slowly and eat while they're alive. I mean, he didn't use that many words. He just used word eat, not kill first. That's the best they could do. But I said, fine. God. But I'm happy. I'm fine. I can still publish my papers, I guess, if people will come by and pick them up from me. I miss having Wi-Fi. I do. I'm not going to lie. My satellite phone broke a long time ago, too. And the only radio station we can get in is sometimes at night, really late at night, because of the way the Earth curvature works and stuff. We can get a weird AM radio station from Manila that broadcasts like Liza Minnelli songs, kind of like that kind of song. So I do have an old transistor radio. I can pick that up sometimes. A little brief respite of civilization. I must. I have noticed you've got a lot of sores on you. Would you like some, modern medical treatment before we go? The chief says that's gonna steal my soul. They've got that soul thing. You know how native peoples are. I think everything steals their soul. I've been treated medically before. It's not gonna steal my soul. He doesn't understand. They don't have any words for that. He just said, soul, steal, but in his language. I just have no choice but to throw up my hands and say, I am exasperated, is what I say. And I am. But what are you going to do? This is the choice I made. So, are you critiquing the patriarchy? Listen, I'm not saying a one bad word about this wonderfully authentic and untouched, rich native culture. It's so close to nature. I'm practically living with animals. What could be better than that? Well said, Dr. G. And thank you again for joining us tonight on English Guys Documentary, presented by BBC Two. The BBC with documentaries on it. Boop, 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 boop. That concludes our broadcast day on BBC Two, the documentary BBC. And it does, in fact, conclude our documentary. So that's my documentary. I should book a session with OPS just for lulz. No, I don't want to waste my money on that. Legends Fall, are you playing tracked, retract? In which you first put a message and then retract it all of a sudden for some reason? Probably. Someone needs to do an animation for that. That'd be a good idea. I'd like that. I'd probably use a little editing, I heard about that tribe. The men's members came down to their knees. They do. In that tribe, they do sing that one song by Hall & Oates. One on one, we're gonna play that game tonight. Because it doesn't use more numbers than they have. Get it? Because they only have 2 numbers. No. ESTPs aren't necessarily doubler downsers. Doubler downsers are like, that's more either some kind of an F thing. Double downsers. It used to be something that would piss me off. Like, I'd complain about, say, the thing that makes me so mad when people are wrong and then double down. It's never a good idea to double down when you're wrong. And I haven't noticed it so much lately, so I guess I stopped thinking about it in that frame, really. But what I meant by that was, when I say, you're wrong about this thing, I go, I'm not wrong about it. In fact, I'm even more right than I said originally. There's some other wrong shit. Like, okay. In other words, instead of acknowledging this wrong thing is stupid, you're going to throw money at it, so to speak, and hope it gets less wrong. It's not going to. You're just making the money you throw at it dirty. The rhetorical money, not actual money. What's a good pharma amp? Adderall. 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 Sometimes known as Addy. Mixed amphetamine salts. Speed. Thwacker. Thwaxalot Joe. Daligas. Fizzin Thwack. Gack powder. Mapsap substitute. Mapsap fuel substitute. What else is it called? It's called your special friend. When I evaluate my friends in terms of their respective specialnesses, Adderall's right near the top every time. Adderall's consistently getting, or sometimes deserving and not getting, Employee of the Month. Absolutely Employee of the Month. Now, sometimes Adderall fucks up and he does a bad job as an employee. Sometimes he spends way too long on something wasn't supposed to work on in the first place. Okay? That's a problem when that happens. So what was he working on earlier? Right. This amazing video. Why was he working on it? I don't know. Stupid Adderall, Eric. Working on something dumb. Working on this enlightenment video.
Mother Earth, Gaia's children. We know the way.
We do, though.
If we listen.
We got to listen to mysticism to get enlightened is the key message of this. Well, really, the key message of this is if we want to be enlightened, the most important thing we need to do is breathe. Okay? You really should watch it because it's got a video. It's got mostly video. It's not so much just audio. So I'm going to put a link instead of just playing it. I'd say it's mostly video. It's got a lot of very useful information for you. And I'm glad to be that useful to people, but I also am quite convinced that that was a very, 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 very poor use of my time. So, of course, I'm not unfamiliar with that phenomenon. That's a common phenomenon for me. Favorite type? My favorite type of person is everybody who's here right now. My least favorite type is everybody else, except Rachel. She gets passed. And my dad and my daughter, they get passes too. How does it feel to smoke weed on Adderall? A better question, Alex J. Hartman, is one that I plan to answer right now, which is, how do you smoke Adderall on weed? A better question and a better answer. So, one thing that I found slightly delightful is they gave me these new kinds of pills this time. They're not the orange ones, they're these little white ones. And one of the big differences between these ones and the orange ones is these ones are thinner and also thinner, therefore, therefore, more crumbly. So they're both thinner and more crumbly. They'd be more crumbly just by virtue of being thinner, but they're not more crumbly just by virtue of being thinner. They're additionally actually more crumbly. So what you do is you take one of these and you go like this with your fingers because it's nice and crumbly. And then you put it on this thing like this with your fingers crumbling it up. And you have to make this face. This is a crumbling face. Hey, you're crumbled now, it says. Okay, you're not done yet. Did you think you were done, Alex J. Hartman? No, you're not done. Don't try to finish too soon. That leaves the woman unsatisfied. Supposedly, I hear, right? I'd have to check on that to know. My basic paradigm is, hey, what about my needs? That's my basic paradigm. I guess you might call that the real meta frame. Hey, what about my needs? I need a lot. Whole lot of love. Okay, so then you hit it with the torch, like this. Okay, so it's like one of the nice things about these pills is there's very little filler in them, I think. What I mean by that is you can definitely taste the speed. I mean, when you get the bulk of it at the right temperature, because you got to put the layer of wheat on top of it so you don't hit it directly with the torch right away. You want the cherry of the thing to kind of melt it. At some point, you'll get one hit that you go, that's like mostly tastes like speed. And then you go, okay, good. That was a successful endeavor. This one's like splitting up more than my previous doing of this. Last time I've done this, I did this once before, like yesterday or whatever. But that last time, it's like I didn't really get any of the taste to it, and then I got a bunch of the taste to it. This one split it up more. Ugh. I mean, it's like, what does it taste like? It tastes like meth. That's exactly what it tastes like. It tastes like smoking meth. It doesn't feel like smoking meth, but it tastes like it. I cannot possibly be out of cigarettes. No, I know what I did. You know what I did? I did my stupid thing that I do. And I frequently do this. I get 2 packs of cigarettes, and then I leave one of them in the car, thinking, on purpose, thinking, oh, well, this way, when I run out of cigarettes, I'll have another pack in the car. Okay, well, if you brought them inside with you, Eric, then when you run out of cigarettes, you'd have another pack of cigarettes right beside you. Wouldn't that be better? But in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I'll probably come back to the car like before I run out of cigarettes again. So somehow leaving a pack here is better. It's not better though. It's this weird SI arbitrary thing that SI people do sometimes. Get in their head. It's like that's you have too complicated a relationship with an object at that point. You're SIing your object too much. Maybe it's a 4th slot thing. I don't know. And you're SIing it wrong too. The reason I don't get cartons is twofold. Number one, they're not really any less expensive. It's slightly less expensive. But now that you've told yourself it's better, will you stop doing it? What? Stupid and better are very different from each other, right? I mean, not exact opposites, but you can understand why I was confused. No, telling myself that it's stupid, well, sometimes, yes. Frequently enough, yes. After a few repetitions. So it's like, what's something, I can give you an example of something recently that I finally gotten to. Well, I'm still not consistent. It's like the masks, right? I don't want to take it in from the car. I want to leave it in the car because that's something I never need except when I'm in the car. Well, they're just either end of a road from wrongness to rightness or rightness to wrongness. That's all. You're mistaking the destination for the journey. Embrace being a human being on a spiritual journey. Just embrace it. When you weren't here, Rain, I was talking about how, what's going to happen. Rain's going to come here and he's going to correct me about something. And then what am I going to do? Then I'm going to be absolutely humiliated in front of everybody. I'll have no choice but just get down on the floor and lap it up with my tongue. That's what I think when you arrive, Rain. That's what I think every day when you arrive. I think, okay, here's that guy who brings me that bowl of shit that I've got no choice but to eat. That guy again. Yeah. Eric, you say you like how the smart people are on your channel, but do you really like it? They're kind of hard. Three in the Myah, 2 in the Pyah. You know what they say? Poker in the front, poker in the rear, poker in the mouth, liquor at the bar. That's what they say. That's what they say. If does anybody have access to the complete unabridged compiled works of they, I want to know everything that they say and have said. Because they say it's important to know things that they say. And that's one of the things that they say that I want to know that they say by acquiring the aforementioned reference guide entitled Things They Say. It's a good title for the reference guide. I remember the Big Bang. They call it a Big Bang. It was not as big as you would think. I call it a pretty Big Bang. I mean, you could call it a Big Bang, but you wouldn't call it a very Big Bang for sure. So you wouldn't be remiss in thinking they're overselling it. And the other thing is, what you never hear about, there were multiple huge bangs that came like just a couple of days before the Big Bang. And never hear any mention of those. So the size of the bang maybe isn't what really matters. You know, maybe instead it's the timing of the bang. And it was the Big Bang that caused it to be the Big Bang so much as it was the bang that came after the bigger bangs had loosened the proverbial pickle jar lid. Eric's new cosmology explains everything again. I mean, big compared to the previous bangs, which I can personally attest were substantially bigger. On every scale. Volume, in terms of loudness, I mean. Explosive power, explosive breadth, implosive power, proximity to black hole, distance from black hole, ability to be measured in parsecs, ability to be measured in furlongs, and a competition converting from parsecs to furlongs to leagues and back again into stone, which really is the hard part because then you're changing from distance to weight, and that's hard to convert. Like, it's easy to convert miles into kilometers. It's really difficult, even though they're the same system, to convert kilometers into kilograms. That's hard. It's a very complex equation. So if you want to know how many kilograms does 3.7 kilometers weigh, you better have a very advanced math degree, because that's a complicated question. Unabolish the live chat window. This is torture. I'm what's called webcam streaming. I haven't done it in ages, but it makes it super easy to like instantly stream, but it also limits your capacity a lot. So there's not very many things I can do. When I'm in the OBS app, I can move things around, put things and make things appear either here and there and all kinds of stuff. But right now I can't. I can pop out the chat, but I don't think it's going to do anything, make anything appear different for you. It's just going to let me move it where I can see it in a different place, but I don't think anything changes on your end. I could put it on live chat. That might be better than not doing that. Happy New Year, Quasar. Oh, Quasar. How many parsecs are you from Big Bang? Are you more parsecs than there are pecks in a bushel? Oh my goodness. Look at that. Look at that Quasar. He's got more parsecs than there are pecks in a bushel. That sounds like a southern saying. Prime Mantis 108. Combinatorics. 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 I think the accent should be on the first syllable. Combinatorics. Or combinatorics. Could be on the third. Combinatorics. Wombo combo. Combinatorics is the art of combining combinations with historical dramas about aortas. Very specialized term. Only rarely you have the occasion to use it. Toric Woman, who practiced combinatorics on shrinking stars, is a very, very narrow niche of adult film. Very few people watch that. It's the order doesn't matter version of permutations. Oh, combinatorics. You mean my definition of it wasn't right? I like the order doesn't matter version of permutations because there's always fewer of them that way. You know, the more of them there are, just like, that's a lot of counting. So fewer is better when it comes to permutations. And combinations. What? Thus spoke Eric Thustra. So write it down on your calendar. Hey, you guys should all write this down on the calendar in general. It's January 2022. Host Eric's live streaming. And only you, 7 geniuses, have the good sense to be here. So make a mark on your calendar. I was one of just 7 people before anybody else realized how hugely important it was for them and everybody to constantly watch Talking with Famous People. I was there. You want to be able to make losing my edge for real in your life, not just listen to it as a song. And you want to know that when you're feeling bad about losing your edge, you say, in 2022, when Talking with Famous People was just 6 whatevers being yelled at by Eric's wild delusions. I was there. That's what you're going to be able to say. And people are going, no, you were not. And you watch the stream. You can see. That's me right there. Boba Fett. How do I know that's you? That's just a character from Star Wars. It is me. Why would I claim to be somebody just like, why would I put all that? Oh my God. Never mind. I don't even want to tell you about it anymore. That's how it's going to go down. That's how it'll go down. I mean, maybe that alone, this reality of knowing right now that somehow you're not overwhelmed by a throng of others. It must be like going to Disneyland on a day when everybody else, for some reason, thought it was closed. Like, what luck, you say? We don't have to wait in line for the rides. And the moral of the story is I'm so special that you must have great taste in media. That's the moral of the story. So it does ultimately work out in your favor in that regard. I still don't have any cigarettes. I'm glad I threw that box away from here, or I would look in it 15 more times before I accepted the reality that there were no cigarettes in it. Even then, if I continued to have it, I'd continue to look inside of it to make sure every time I wanted a cigarette. Well, maybe that's not the same box. Because something they don't tell you about cigarettes, maybe they should, is that individual packs of Marlboro Reds are basically indistinguishable from one another. I have no idea if it's that pack or that pack. I mean, it doesn't even really mean anything. It's kind of, they're that fungible as boxes. High fungibility. But it's fake because their actual value isn't dependent on their box. It's whether or not there's anything inside of it. So, more important lessons learned. So we do around here. We learn a lot of lessons. No, YouTube does not have a unique name requirement. That's true. You can call yourself Talking to Famous People, and YouTube wouldn't stop you. But what YouTube would eventually do if I got important enough is they'd let me have something that's very, 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 very important. A check mark. Now, if you have a check mark, I mean, you've got a check mark. You've arrived. That means somebody's checked and verified that you're who you are. That's obviously somebody must have. Otherwise, how did the check mark get there, right? Somebody had to leave a check mark. So clearly, getting a check mark means a lot. Can you just dream of a day or a world in which you or me or any old regular person could just get a check mark? What a holocaust of an apocalypse, of a catastrophe, of an extinction event. Because you can't just hand those things out willy-nilly. Are you kidding me? It takes training, professionalism, years and years and years of dedication to a craft before you can handle a check mark. Most people can't handle it. Most people go right to their head and they start running people over in the street. You can't just give those things out to anybody. Check mark. Oof. It's just, I mean, I just have to respect that I don't yet deserve to be checked to see if I'm real. Someday, someone gonna check see if I really am. And then that's when you really start to exist once you've been checked. Because remember, nothing can exist except insofar as it supervenes on observation. So I'm in a sort of state of conditional superposition, waiting for my existentiality to kick in. Or I guess for retroactively me to have existed and have been checked, therefore proving I existed before, I guess. Or at least I existed the moment I was checked. So I may not have existed before then. I mean, there's no sign of TWFP Raw Channel 1 ever having existed. Not one teeny sign of it that I can ever access or see or anything. So, YouTube's a fickle mistress, and she might severely injure you if you get on her bad side. I think it's cool to think of YouTube like a boat. Give her a gender. Name her the, I don't know, the nautical Generalissimo, Generalissima. Maybe Julie. Is Julie a good name for a boat? If I had a boat, I'd consider naming it Julie. Straightforward, easy to remember, easy to paint on the side of a boat. I mean, I could go shorter than that. How about Pam? That's even shorter than Julie. That's not a bad idea. You gotta think of an even shorter girl's name? I don't think so. P.I. Like Kitty Kitty. She's P.P., but scratch the about. Eric, can you explain the mathematical voting thing that you and Zachary came up with for debate? Let me see if I can remember. I mean, give me whatever other cues you remember, so you can get me back. I don't remember. I can't recall the. I need to remember the frame of reference to say. I need to remember the topic, so that I can. Then I'll know. But I can't remember the exact topic. Are you sure it was voting? Because I don't remember it being a voting topic exactly. Maybe it had something with voting machines, or you have to give me more context. If I had enough context, the details will all collapse into place for me, and I'll be able to answer the question. Jalix Fartman. Yo. How are the feelings in your heart today? Do they fill your joyous spots with laughter and love? Or do they overwhelm your sense of fragile self while you softly cry in your room? It's a hit from 1933 called Yo-Yo's Lament, popularized by famed 1930s singer Napoleon from France. There are four mathematical criteria. It was 5 years ago. It was a case of tried to establish the judges should refer to framework for determining something out about it. Oh yeah, I mean he found a solid proof about something, and it wasn't exactly that they didn't buy it even though they should have. It was that it was smarter than it was strategic. In other words, it was quite a good insight into the issue. Like, it took existing research and with math proved something that was useful argumentationally that couldn't be established independently of that work, um, which is very nice when you have that if it fits argumentationally with the round structure. So if something takes too long to explain, then the longer something takes to explain, the more reliance you're placing on it to win you the round. If you've got an argument block that basically requires your whole opening speech to explain, then you're basing the round on this one voter. And they may come at you with sort of a shotgun approach, like, okay, since he's coming at me with this one logical proof voter, I'm gonna come back at him with a bunch of terminal impacts. We have to vote for me or a nuclear war. We have because of Myah, Myah, and Myah. Three different linked stories to nuclear war here, Judge. And then they'll also come at him with something like some variant on deontological thinking is not appropriate for policy or policy making, which is there's a whole set of different kind of arguments that are variations on that. Okay, it's basically an anti-TI critique. And so let's say the other team runs both those blocks. Let's say the other team's neg, which since Zachary did this, is probably an AF case he made. I would guess. I don't remember. It was multiple nationals ago, so it's easy to get them confused in your head. And when you get more than a couple years back, I probably still. I know. Actually, I probably do still have the files on it somewhere in Dropbox. Regardless, if you're running an app like that, it takes up most of your time, and then you run up against a shotgun neg plus direct rebuttal. Now, I don't think anybody really directly rebutted it, but probably they did something that functions the same way on the flow, which is they answered it as not clear, vague, or some other bullshit. Like, I didn't understand it, so don't count it. And ultimately, if a judge is faced with somebody winning under their own framework, losing under your framework, but winning under these other sort of neutral frameworks, in other words, winning under impact calculus, which isn't either person's framework, well, then you've got you got this round where this AF is saying this is a round deciding thing, you've got to vote AF. But this neg is saying this is a round deciding thing, you've got to vote neg. But they're also saying this is a impacts thing, and it ends up deciding the round because he doesn't have any. And they end up saying, plus, this is a ground critique because he's stuck in his framework in order to run that case. So I'm going to run a critique that says that framework's not good. So the judge is going to say, pick a framework, you're going to prefer mine. And this guy can't win under my framework because he's got this weird, clunky fucking AF, That's how it works. I thank you for asking the question because or asking any question about debate, because I love talking about that stuff. Nobody wants to hear it, but I love talking about that stuff. Well, Rain, I mean, the thing is, do the world going to end impacts actually work? If you want your terminal impacts to work against a well prepared person who's well prepared for terminal impacts cases, then the best way to bolster your terminal impact is to only run one terminal impact and one link story, to have as few links in the link story as possible, so that there's as little space for anybody to attack as possible. And you've got to bolster it with answers to anti-terminal impact critiques that say anti-terminal impact critiques are correct because of these reasons as they articulate, but that's why my thing should be counted, because it doesn't fall victim to those particular reasons and thus is validated as the exception to what they're talking about. If you're well prepared in your terminal impacts case, that's how that's going to go down. And you've got several cards deep to back up these various argumentation threads that comprise that whole block. You know, because if you run multiple terminal impacts with different link stories, you open yourself up to an apocalyptic talk critique, which says this kind of bullshit is bad. And the more link stories you have and the more different terminal impacts you have, the more obvious the absurdity of the stratagem is, and the more vulnerable that person running that kind of stuff is to the apocalyptic talk critique turning into the voter in the round, which it should at that point, right? In other words, if somebody runs as an app for 4 terminal impact threads and you've got a robust apocalyptic talk block prepped out as neg, you should win that round, because they were careless. They forgot there was a kind of predator in the jungle that eats that shit alive, right? It just pounces on that shit and tears it to pieces, because it's maybe not a common predator. In other words, maybe most people prefer, I think this is true, most people prefer to battle it out terminal impacts to terminal impacts instead of trying to critique that. And I mean, a lot of people prefer to battle on impacts rather than in framework. I'm super framework heavy. I hate impact. I hate contention level arguing. It's boring. But, you know, it is one stratagem to run multiple impacts. to run multiple terminal impacts. It does comprise one stratagem, even though it sounds kind of funny. Rain, you cannot prove that your untied shoes will not cause the moon to explode. And now that you mentioned it, I need to factor that possible risk into all of my calculations. Okay? Otherwise, I'd be being horribly irresponsible and very unsafe. I don't want to be unsafe. I've learned a few things the last couple of years, which is safety over everything, including being safe. No matter what. You can never be safe enough. You certainly can't be too safe. If you were too safe, the only solution to that would be more safety. So, I've learned a lot these last couple of years. Thank God for those wonderful genius public officials who take such good care of me with their rules, their important rules. Thank you, brave heroes. Oh my God, I am so moved by the bravery of the heroes. Those brave heroes who go out of their way
to make up random rules so I know what random nonsense I have to do for no reason. How could we get by without them? Oh, what would we do without these brave heroes saving us all every day from what I'm sure would otherwise be instantaneous and absolute disaster? Just everybody dying all the time from everything. Except Kitty. Nobody can die from Kitty because Kitty's so wonderful. Oh, wonderful Kitty. I love you. Yes, you're my wonderful friend. Would you like some food? Is that why you're doing it? Oh, okay. Here you go. You sure do eat a lot of that food stuff for some reason. There's no explaining it, frankly. Why do you want to eat so much food? Aren't you full already? Be full. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. I still don't have my cigarettes. They're all the way out there in the car. I mean, that's got to be 50, 75 meters away. Well, no. 20. It may be 30 meters. No, but it could be 25 meters away. Could it be 100 meters? I don't think so. No. I'm way underestimating the length of a meter. It's just right over there after all. Yeah, okay. I can't play any music. Like, it won't come. I can't even play a song like that because, I mean, I can, but it would have to go through a microphone. But I'll be right back. I only could be gone 1 minute to get serious. Maybe 2 minutes. Perhaps 2 minutes and a half. Or potentially as many as 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Could be in between there. Could be in the 240 range. 235 range. Hard to say. But the point is, no longer than 3 minutes. Tops. Or 4 minutes, maybe. That's it. It cannot possibly be, because it is not allowed to be, any longer than that. Because there's no reason for it to be. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right, you
Wake
listen
up.
to this. Oh,
Your daughter's gone. You and mom had her in the perfect con. For that fateful dawn, when you woke up to find that your daughter's gone. Wake up, your daughter's gone. You and mom had her in the perfect con. You had your pond before that fateful dawn, when you woke up to find your daughter's gone. You pruned her being with a plum, helped her to see how she was always wrong. Worked so hard on fixing her, stop making her truth tough. You call that love? Well, that's what I call bro. You'll never deem her ever quite good enough. I know you're not surprised by this stuff, cause you'll never deem her ever quite good enough. Chump, haters, fake ass alligators, act like a dinosaur, scare us, roar, roar, roar. Hire a detective, find out more. Grade your daughter's age so before you can leverage her forevermore. Pets kept story so well capped, oh snap. Thought you had produced that crap, had your kids' free will, now well tapped, forced into sluices, squeezed out the oily juices. But the mammal you had beaten, dad, turned up still well uneaten, kid. And now wore a suit of bitter skin, knew the way in winter when the snow fell down like fuming into ice. Yet she's still alive, and having learned that the root will thrive. Now all above the mammal must win, but vengeance out upon the wind. Offering so grand an admiration, conscientious castrations, and outcome focused way for us to force the womb, force the issue, force us to doom. Bouncing along on a quest to belong, count the options, count the strong ones, the stories of the wrong ones. And Tori's father hates the bomb ones. He really needs to hit the bong some. Dumber than the young, he'd see undone, but undumb, young, unfun is fun. Now Tori's dad's oh so fun. He's way too dumb to run afoul of my big guns. Rick called it that girl that you threatened to sue. She's actually a lot like you. In fact, she coalesced from the jizz that you threw. Tori's mama was your warm white goo and a lady you. 2 decades hence now. Tori's just the girl that you want to. Cause others are people who fathers will sue. So Tori's just the girl that you want to.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back and I'm better than ever. I'm absolutely amazing. Thanks for asking.
Forward in this barrier area, which precludes me from progressing past this point.
Yeah, I know the audio sucks because I'm not using the OBS. That's what I was trying to say. You're not listening to my words about how I'm live streaming a different way today. Sure, it's a worse way. Stupid Eric has 2 full open beers. They're not real beers, they're non-alcoholic beers, but still. So the thing is, I can't use different audio channels with the web camera streaming. With OBS, I can send multiple different audio from multiple different audio channels or buses or whatever you want to call them. So, like, I can be playing the audio from Audacity from one channel and be using the mic and be playing the audio from some video sounds in my backyard all at the same time, and it'll mix and stuff. I mean, I have to mix it, but it can be mixed, so to speak. But with this, I just got one audio channel and no capacity to like add windows and stuff like that. So it was, I mean, when I decided to do it, when I decided to start streaming, I mean, I went very hard on the DMT this morning, such that I couldn't even consider really putting together the stream via the OBS, which is more complicated to set up, you know. Even starting this was very difficult to do, as I had like 4 steps and each one was very slow. And I'm surprised I actually started it, because if I had sat there for a second after I blew out that last hit, I don't think I would have started it. I just, you know, I'm an action type, I guess. But, you know, like I explained earlier, there was not that much left in there. So I was like, well, I might as well try to finish it. Which means, you know, pushing well past to get really good, man, 4 big, 4 is for babies. So the thing is, but I've typically been in that regard a baby. Yeah, it's not really for babies. It's just, what I'm saying is, this morning I behaved accordingly, and that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot, but I'm not sure if it made very much of a good stream. I was very it's like it was one of those instances where I really couldn't quite pull it, even if I had wanted to. I don't know if I really wanted to pull it together. Could I have and act normal? I don't think so. This morning, I mean, I would hate to have to try. I don't know what would make maybe my dad coming out here would make me have to try. I wouldn't want to act. I wouldn't want to reveal the fully realized Eric on drugs to my dad because he'd probably wonder why I was acting so strangely. I would guess. I mean, I don't think he'd wonder that much, but he does have no in eye, so he might not even. My dad doesn't believe in putting two and two together until he sees the four things. As a set of four. Okay, now that I've experienced it as four, I will accept that those two and those two did make four. But, tomorrow when you tell me 2 plus 2 equals 4, I say, well, which 2 and which 2? These 2 and these 2. I don't see 4, I see 2 and 2. Push them together. All right. I guess that's good enough. Seeing is believing. Do I smoke Virginia Slims? No, I don't smoke Virginia Slims because they are for ladies. And I am not a lady. I went to the doctor and had him check officially to see. I said, Doctor, hi, I've got a kind of a weird question, but I've wondered about for years and never gotten around to checking. Can you tell me what gender I am? And he said, well, it is kind of a surprising question. Most people were 43, because I was 43 at the time, know what gender they are. But okay, fine. Pull down your pants. And I pulled it down and he said, You're male. And I said, well, I mean, how sure are you about that? He didn't even ask me any questions or anything. And he said, very sure. I said, well, I mean, you didn't do any tests. You didn't ask me any questions. How are you so sure? So, then he gave me a questionnaire to fill out. And I answered the questionnaire. I said, what do the results say? And he said, same results. You're male. I said, well, that makes sense based on the way I answered the questionnaire. Then I was convinced. But, I'm not going to let a doctor pull a fast one on me. I got to do some kind of test or something. Look at me and say, give me your diagnosis with their magic eyes. Remember a medical doctor. That's how I would diagnose people. They come in. They start telling me about their problem. Don't tell me anything. Don't tell me. Does that hurt? Don't tell me. How about this? How about now? Does that hurt? Yeah, a little tender. Okay. Take a deep breath. Okay, I'm gonna say cystic fibrosis. Well, that'll be $1,000. But how do you know I have cystic fibrosis? Well, it's not an exact science. There's a lot of intuition in determining these sort of things. I have a lot of experience telling people that they have cystic fibrosis. more experienced than most doctors. Like, a good 70 or 80% of my patients, it turns out, have cystic fibrosis. As far as I can tell. Like I said, it's not an exact science. Cystic fibrosis isn't really a thing so much as it is a state of mind. Okay? And the problem with your state of mind right now is that you're questioning me about my diagnosis of you as having cystic fibrosis. So just pay me my $1,000. If you want to go get a second opinion, go ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Look, that's why they call them opinions. Opinions are like people with health insurance, are like doctors. Everybody has them. Don't go to Cairo. The pyramids suck. What do they suck at? They don't suck at being triangular. You have fibro? Look, I think maybe what's wrong with you then, it's a mix between fibromyalgia, mesothelioma, and cystic fibrosis. A special disease called Myah, too hard. It's too hard. I attempted a mountain I cannot climb. The stinging pain of failure. Once again, mine to cherish. There's one friend that never lets me down. My old friend failure. Yeah. He's as reliable as an old shoe. What am I doing? Checking my calendar. Is this 9 or 8? This thing I got. It's not till 9, Eric. You don't have to worry. You've got plenty of time. Remember, your computer and phone will make noises. You don't have to use your SI memories. Shame on me for not finishing my any train of thought. Hey, you're assuming a lot to conclude that I'm not finishing it. I may very well be currently in the midst of an extraordinarily crafty, roundabout conclusion that'll shock, amaze, and delight every tingling hair on your body. It's likely the case. Now, if you can just remind me which train of thought you're referring to. They call me the Agatha Christie of Stephen King's of YouTube. Because I'm like a cross between Inspector Poirot, a dead pet, and Jake Paul. Oh, right. That one. Oh, well, yeah. I can't unearn that shame because I still can't do it. It's too hard. There's too many syllables and too many fancy words. My brain does not want to play SI shuffle. It's saying, no, thank you, Eric. I appreciate the offer. I don't want to be rude. But no. I feel, yeah. You know why I feel, yeah? It's because I feel meow when I upload too many videos. I mean, rationally, I say to myself, Eric, you're not uploading too many videos because that's not how YouTube works. Not really. only a little bit. But I just feel effing vulnerable. And or like, I'm tired of playing this. I keep fucking up. I just want to go play something else now. Like that. Probably I'm super tired too. I meant to go to sleep last night. But the best laid plans of mice and men. I should point out the inclusion of mice here is irrelevant since I'm not referring to any mice laid plans. But I thought I ought to include them in honor of the late great John Steinbeck and his immortal work of Mice and Men. I need to eat something. I got these non-alcoholic beers. Do we control our brain? Or does our brain control us? I mean, we are the ongoing expression of our willful and reflexive attentional forward moving time slide. So we're kind of like, when we're trying to just make those kind of distinctions, we need to remember that we're on a water slide. Some of us spend a lot of attention focusing on and remembering or attending to all the bits of water slide they've already traversed. It informs them somewhat of the possibilities in terms of curve approaches, steepness and flatness, etc. It informs the person about the range of possible deviation from straight and averagely steep, such that they are less often surprised, genuinely surprised, which is almost always bad. Genuinely surprised is kind of like genetic mutation. There basically isn't any good instance of it. So, and the reason for this is except for instances of narrative in which a person expects to be surprised, and that the reason the narrative works in part is because it allows a person to be surprised by sandboxing it. So the reason I can record little clips off of Netflix and stuff is because I sandbox the browser so that the Netflix interface, which would prevent me from doing so otherwise, can't activate because I've got the thing isolated in what's called a sandbox. So, let me finish this analogy here. Yes, it's alcohol free. This is a good thing that I'm saying, but I want to finish saying it. So, other people pay very little attention to anything
it's not dramatic as they're going along this water slide. Your SI polar people can't tell you about that big curve from yesterday afternoon unless it was so big that it demanded some kind of paradigm shift from them. Like, oops, I guess I underestimated how big these curves can be, or something like that, right? Can't remember it because it didn't have any impact on the person's ability to use substitute mapping tags for actual experiencing and remembering. So, since they're taking the approach of tagging rather than just automatically recording everything, even though that tape degrades quickly, which is the thing about SI, right? It kind of records everything, but that tape of memories and the specifics you remember, they degrade quickly. So I can tell you a lot better about what happened usually 2 hours ago than 2 days ago, right? Whereas the NI tags don't really degrade. So in that regard, there are advantages to each. There are times when details from your experience are very revelatory about an existing new stimulus. And there are times they can be misleading. But it is the case that if you're going to be good at explaining things, you have to be able to switch back and forth and provide both concrete examples and NI explanations. You need to be able to provide hypothetical concrete, so to speak, which is to say meaningful metaphors or analogies that help you to understand the dynamic relationships between things rather than misleading people into thinking these can be isolated as static objects of analysis without losing any reality from the discussion. What prompted this discussion? This lecture? Well, what was it? Do we control our brain or is it the opposite? That's the question that prompted it. So to frame what I've just, or to put what I've just been talking about under the frame of that question, it's not the case that our brain controls us or we control our brain. It is the case that we are a consciousness that is capable of engaging more than passively and more than just reactively, but additionally anticipatorily and communicatively. And so our selves, so to speak, comprise a biological, physical object that is dynamic physically by being alive and accordingly has to express as the functionalities of being alive, namely there has to be to be a living creature is to and to like to have at least the capacity to
sustain yourself by acquiring the necessary resources, be they food, shelter, whatever, right? So to be a living creature is to express that thing. You can't, if you didn't have some capacity to express identity in pursuit of necessary sustenance, resources, or whatever, then you wouldn't succeed as a living creature. You'd be dead. So that's not really an explanation as to why or anything, but it does explain how we cannot separate our attention from our body and meaningfully talk about it. And that's the part that people tend to exclude. But when you look at then what a human being is, you can describe them in terms of an operational approach beneath a beneath a single frame that's functioning kind of like as your all-in bet. It's like, okay, well, I've only got so much money to spend on my football team, and I want to shore up our defense. I want to improve our offensive line. I want to get a better tight ends who can not just block but catch better or something. I've got all these sort of needs I'd like to address, and I'm ultimately going to, if I'm a football person, I might take a balanced approach. I might take a overweighted approach or whatever. But when you're an individual human being, it turns out you always choose to go all in on one thing. So it's like, okay, well, I'm going to go all in on cornerbacks, DBs, because I want to make sure that I can have my defense in man coverage, and just my DBs are so good they can all play man, and I can bring extra heat. Then I don't have to worry about some quarterback who's a technician picking apart my zone, and I can have better run defense because I won't need to put so many resources towards the secondary. So it's like every human being chooses to go all in on one vector like that, and that's your dominant function. Of course, you can't quite go all in, and so what ends up happening is we have what we call a function stack. And the reason you can't quite go all in any meaningful sense is that life is a balancing act between being too much as you are and not enough as you are. So it's like, for me, my channel, first of all, whatever somebody said a long time ago, some INFJ said this, that the ENTP actualizes externally. That is the truest statement you could make, and very, very important as well. Like, as far as being explanatory. So the reason I actualize externally is because I'm an extroverted intuitor. I've got FE in the third slot, and I'm FI. I'm only experiencing it kind of as an object of it in the moment. It's not carrying any meaning across the mapping for me. I'm a mapping type, so I'm constantly looking at the map. There's no information from the FI up there on the map. The FE information is updating less frequently on the map than my NETI are acting. So my FE is always trying to catch up. So you can see that in my video uploading habits. Any sensible person, And then this is what I'm talking about, like 8 slot being weirdly unconscious, like weirdly impossible to get your brain around. Why don't I simply schedule a bunch? If I have shit tons of videos, why don't I just schedule like 2 a day, 3 a day? I know there will come a time period around a sleepy week where I don't want to really make videos. So why don't I just do some scheduling? It's not harder to schedule them. I just find myself not doing it much, very little. I scheduled a few yesterday, but once I do have them scheduled, and what's funny is I realized as I was scheduling earlier that part of the reason I don't schedule is because I'm not thinking about the fact that I can still watch it if it's scheduled. I only can't watch it if it's scheduled to be a premiere. And then I still can watch it, but I have to watch it in the little thing that's inside, that's on the back end. I don't want to watch it in there. So the thing is, since I'm scheduling stuff without scheduling it as premieres, because for me to schedule something as a premiere, it needs to be at least 10 minutes long, or else I won't schedule it as a premiere, because what's the point? So, I'm really scattered right now. I have to end this thing here because I got to get my shit together by 9 o'clock when I got typing to do. I need to be chipper, cheery, charming, chauvinistic, choppy, chunky, cherry. I need to be all CH words. Well, I'm not really starving to death around here, at least, Esther. I'll tell you why. Because I've been steadily munching on this steak that Rachel barely touched last night. And in fact, this isn't really the best piece of it, but I'll eat another bite of it. No, I was just burning my fart. Now that's reflexive FE because you guys can't actually smell it. You're not able to smell yet over the internet. People say that COVID caused you to lose your sense of smell, but I think it's the internet. That's what I found. It's easy to test. Every time I'm like, hey, can you smell that? I don't smell a thing, people tell me. So I'm pretty sure it's probably the internet. I wouldn't say that judgment is meta perception. No. I mean, I wouldn't quite. Not any sane use of the word meta. I would say that, in other words, is the observational plane the metaphysical plane? What does that mean? I mean, observations are made on more than one field, right? And they're made by people expressing attention that either creates, reckons with, seeks, or reacts against certain kinds of information on certain fields. So the answer is people attend on 4 fields: your body, which is your internal physical, external physical stuff, internal metaphysical, which is your thoughts and your memories and stuff like that, and external metaphysical, which is where we are right now. Basically, the external metaphysical field used to be libraries and or group conversations in a local pub or in a town hall or stuff like that, right? That used to be where the external metaphysical field would manifest. It would sort of had a permanent home in a library, and then these temporary homes as people had conversations and remembered them and carried them around in their heads. So now we have the internet, though, so we've got a much more interactive and complete metaphysical field externally on which to operate. And so now it's much easier to understand cognitive functions than it would have been before, because explaining the metaphysical field, the external metaphysical field, is quite easy in the status quo, and I suspect it would be very difficult in the olden days to explain it. Because people go, well, that's not a thing. That's not a real place. A library isn't the place that you go that's full of ideas. It's a building you go that's full of books. Yeah, it would have been hard to explain before. Now it's easy. People get it. It's like, okay, yeah, there is an external metaphysical field. We're soaking in it right now. It's easy for me to explain the distinction between being a metaphysical type and a physical type, because instead of experiencing anything, all of us are probably doing our very best to sense nothing and instead deal with these meanings and words and conveyances of Eric and the other people in the chat responding to that and or each other, etc. We're all operating in this turn-based reality of words right now. So the duration of this for you is basically this isn't time passing in a laborious way, provided action continues moving forward in some regard on the external metaphysical field. You're assuming the clock is stopped until we finish talking about all this, at which point presumably someday we'll apply what we've discussed when we start the clock and say, okay, go live. And then that's when we'll actually go apply all of this discussion to something, right? Of course, we never will apply all this discussion to anything. This is all, for us, this is the end in itself. The purpose of talking on the internet and being right about stuff is to be right about stuff while talking on the internet. There's nothing more to say about it, really. It's satisfying in and of itself. It makes me feel like I understand things when I explain them externally, and it makes people I explain them to feel like they understand things if I do a good job of explaining them. I know this because I spent plenty of years as a classroom teacher, so I've seen it just that I am good at explaining things when I'm good at explaining things, and that people have the capacity to understand things more than you think, more than other people think, if you explain them really well, and you explain them in multiple ways really well. So obviously, if you are one of the 10 people here on Sunday morning listening to me explain all this super abstract stuff, then you too are somebody who basically wants to operate in a world where most of the time the clock is stopped and things are being discussed and figured out and known rather than actually done, concretized, or, what do they call losses and profits taken. So, I mean, it certainly creates a strange sort of person by most reasonable definitions, because they spend so much of their time quibbling over which of two maps that disagree slightly about the location of a given lake is. They spend so much time quibbling about that, and they were never planning to go to either location of the lake in the first place. In fact, they weren't even planning to go near the lake. They were just looking at them out in the first place because they wanted to check to make sure that these two maps were not going to be in conflict about something in case we should happen to want to go to someplace maybe sometime later. So it's, there's no disputing the fact that we, this kind of people types, are very weird and stupid in our own ways, much more and at least as much as your sensory types. And that's what's called intuitive retardation. So you just have to bite the bullet, as they say. Funny when all of the discussion falls short when you act completely differently than you thought you would. I guess I never really know for sure what I'm going to do. I tend to be slow to do things, slow to make decisions to do things. It takes me a long time to decide to do something. Or it's not a decision, really. It's just an impulsive thing. You know, in your analogy where the observational plane is the person playing the video game? Oh, okay. Oh, so you mean agent. Okay. You're talking about agent, subject, object thing. So it's incorrect to say the agent is the meta self. Everybody has an approach to epistemology. So the types that are the most epistemological have none of the four epistemology functions in the polar. To have none of the four epistemology functions in the polar, you have to have them in the 1-4. So, in other words, no, you got to have them in the 1. Only deliberation DOMs don't have an epistemology function in the polar because they're the most deliberatives, right? So INTPs, INFPs, INFPs, ISFPs, and ISTPs. None of those four have an epistemology function in the polar, which is any of the introverted functions. And so if you don't have an epistemology function in the polar, that means you have some inclusion of all four epistemologies in your calculi, and or knowledge, belief, or affirmation, negation, other things linking to ideas and self. As such, those types, in order to be that agential, and it's important to remember also that your deliberation functions are object functions. They're not really agent functions at all, and they're not. We don't call them agent functions because they're not observing and knowing. They're getting and deciding about. So both are viable ways of understanding the world, and both lock you into a suitable mate of a way to interface with the world. So if you're an NIDOM, in order to be observation knowing, um, in order to be observationally foremost in your being, then the tool function needs to be reactively interfacing with the dynamic system. Because, after all, you've chosen to have the answer now rather than have more time to think about it, but have to play under turn-based rules. So the thing is, to know with intricate intuition first is to know about things as they are, not in their relationship to you. And to then additionally follow it up with, say, FE, is to say, okay, I'm going to know about things outside of myself as they are, not in relationship to me, and I'm going to be reactively responsive to those things. If it's FE, it means other people and social situations and stuff. Watching how Rachel managed the insane mayhem at Corey's house with such aplomb and nuance and grace was very informative and impressive to me. Thank you, Rain. That's the kind of TI shit I need help with right there. I knew I got it wrong somewhere. I was trying to figure it out in my head. That's the kind of stuff that I just feel like, okay, this is too much TI heavy lifting for me. Trying to keep juggle all these things and test, really check this one, because my SI shits I don't really remember. I gotta rebuild it every time, The mechanical, I have to rerun the mechanics to figure out what things are, So that's the thing. We can't even conceive of perception without necessitating some capacity to make distinctions. Making distinctions is judgment. Okay, so in other words, we should never have called them perceiving and judging functions in the first place. That's Jung's doing. Those are not good names for them. Okay, so basically, the correct way to put it is subject functions and epistemology functions. Both interface and action are subject functions. So you will notice a lack of symmetry here. Human beings have two distinct ways of being subjects and one distinct way each of being objects or agents. What I mean by this is I can use either an action function to be a subject, or I can use an interface function to be a subject. Either T, E, F, E, N, E, S, E, all those things, they're subject functions. To be an object function, I have to use a deliberation function. So that's TIFI. To be an agent, I got to use NISI. Okay. So the reason that there is this apparent asymmetry is because it creates an actual symmetry, which is that because the world's dynamic, we necessarily must have an approach to dealing with it dynamically. And because communication is static, we necessarily have to have a way of being a subject communicatively as well. So, and or impactfully. So the thing is, in other words, we have to have a way of interfacing dynamically because the world isn't so friendly to everybody that it's going to allow them to get by just paying attention in their most comfortable native ways all the time. People are fundamentally adaptive to stimuli, and having the capacity to attend dynamically to social stuff by FE is something that will necessarily occur to somebody who's actually intuiting and just fine with the commonality of language rules, that is TI. It will necessarily be that they will begin, the world will force them to interface dynamically socially. Because after all, they're explaining things logically, which fundamentally is an appeal to the group to say, yes, you are correct because your words make sense. But since it's fundamentally that kind of appeal, though the world constrains your capacity to both exclusively rely on that turn-based approach and expect to get the results you expect, given that only some bits of life function exclusively in that frame, and almost all bits of life require some kind of dynamic engagement, be it with static but dynamic, but with static but unique logics, like the steps you have to take to get your master's degree at Myah, or people, how to schmooze the secretary at the records office so you don't have to pay the fee when you get another copy of your transfer that you lost again. So those things are, it's like the adaptation one makes and the expression of a self as this cognitive function stack are the same thing, in that I can't be fully human if I don't have some capacity to recognize and react to situations that demand some kind of dynamic responsiveness. If I don't have some capacity to take action that has impact either communicatively or in the real world, if I don't have some capacity to make decisions that require some thinking or feeling through, some kind of deliberation function, if I don't have some way of knowing without having to think through, because sometimes you don't have time to think through, and sometimes you do. So everybody will necessarily express some capacity to do all those things, to have some sort of impact, to make decisions that are black and white and based on time you spend in your own head without consulting anything else. Some capacity to make decisions by entirely consulting other things, be they the external system you're trying to figure out or people. You need to have some way of not having to figure out, of knowing immediately, either because you remember it and you've learned it, or because it's obvious or intuitively so, or because you intuit it. I guess the best way to say it. So when we talk about a function stack, what we're really saying is, because this person consciously / willfully defaults to acting this way, deliberating this way, knowing this way, interfacing this way, they can only be in orders 1, 2, 3, or 4. Because really, then at that point, you're talking about a quadra, right? And then you can narrow it down from there and say, well, I think this person's a, ESFJ or whatever. That was kind of aimless. But, it's the sort of thing that I never really quite have all my thoughts together about because it's such a big subject. Of course, it's a unique kind of philosophical question in that in order to do anything meaningful analytically with questions about the nature of consciousness and what it means to have these different angles of attention, planes upon which attention either is paid or awaits or whatever it's doing, it's hard and complicated to explain without it. If I don't want to be sloppy, it's hard, complicated, and slow to explain. And if I am sloppy, then it's not worth explaining. So I have to sort of plod along here, like slow it on Slow Talk and the Slow Talk Express. Whereas you'll note when I'm just joking around, which is a lot, and so like that sort of thing that makes me feel Myah. It's like, okay, you've been joking around too much, Eric. You got to strike a balance. You can't do Myah. You can't do Myah too much. You can't do Myah too much. You can't do Myah too much. You got to do everything so that nobody can ever say you're doing Myah too much, because you can say, no, not anymore. Now I'm doing this. These are the ways of my feelings, things that make me feel Myah. Raindrops on poop toes and pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. These are the things that will make me say Myah. Feeling Myah now, feeling Myah wow, feeling very Myah. If you're not Myah, then you're not feeling Myah. But I'm feeling very Myah. I'm not really feeling very Myah. I'm feeling medium Myah. I was exaggerating when I said I was very Myah. I'm not even really feeling medium Myah. Feeling medium rare Myah, which is even less than medium Myah. I'm going to play this nice cover song first. Nice in the sense that it's a good song. Not nice that the words are nice. It's a little bit racist, but everybody's got their own little thing they do. Merle Haggard, he does sort of quaint 1970s era racism, which let's just agree to find adorable. Well, some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do love thumbing and a kicking cans. I don't do Nancy Kitty call me names. My daddy wasn't where they would do. I wasn't born and raised in the ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do. I think I don't want no ain't I living no more in the party anything they giving. I'm proud and riding, got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get it, you gotta hum and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to leave but lousy game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living no more in the party and the thing they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get it, you gotta home and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that's playing my flame. Blue-eyed Billy, feeling ready. I got to work just to be somebody, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living no more in the party and the thing they giving. I'm proud and got a song to sing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you won't get ahead, you gotta hum and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hum and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy trying to find a place to do my thing. Which apparently is play that song very poorly. That's my thing. That's what I do. I'm not a white boy, of course, but if I were, that would be my thing, regardless of my race. So I guess it's my thing, is the point. Playing that song badly is my thing. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when the hire is firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work lever up. Get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up and his plan would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now mind is back on his business, thinking of changing fact less to loosely. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll hear you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped the time in the underview. Too much to be put, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skill. With you, Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine stations spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when the hire is firm to change that name. Now Gerald has a thought. My voice is shot. My morale is shot. My sense of self-respect is gone. Now I have nothing to do but drown in my tears, which pool about me with an alarming rapidity. Unfortunately, what I'm good at is talking fancy. Nobody's in the market for talking fancy. I know how to say lots of very big words. I'll string them together like nobody you've heard. Unfortunately for me, nobody is in the market for fancy words. If only there were a robust demand for words said by a very fancy man. If only everybody purchased such words, then I'm sure I'd be a rich, rich bird. But instead, nobody cares about this. After all, it's just an accident, and I don't deserve credit for learning how to do anything. At the end of the day, it seems labor itself will soon why you things, even if it took too long to make them, and they aren't very good. And you put a lot of time in, but you still made it wood. Then it still seems to have some invested truth, some value instead of just a failure that you do. But oh well, nobody hell could ever figure out the mechanics of such a complex system. Fuck me. Fuck me and the proverbial horse upon which I rode into this town. Fuck me and my army. Fuck me, my army, my horse, me again, and then me a third time. I'm still not dead, just keep fucking. Well, I don't blame you if you get tired of it. I'd get tired of it too. Who wants to fuck me to death? Why would they? I'm not the best. Everybody wants to fuck their heroes to death. Given that nobody's trying to fuck me to death, I'm nobody's hero, I guess. Not that I wanna die or even be fucked by that guy. I certainly don't want to fornicate. Nevertheless, I think it would be great if everybody fucks me. Fuck me cause I'm dumb. Fuck me cause I'm stupid. Fuck me cause I'm not young and I've got lupus. Fuck me with your fist. Fuck me with your boots. Fuck me with some piece of tree root that you got from a garbage can outside of a neighbor's house. They've always got the green and bullets and they do a lot of gardening, which provides plenty of sticks to which you can conveniently fuck me. So fuck me and the horse I rode in on. It's the very least we deserve. I'm not glue, so what fucks me doesn't stick to you. You don't need to worry about that. Fuck me and my terrible failure. Fuck me forever eating at tiny nailers. Now I realize that that's insulting to short people. So fuck me, fuck my horse, fuck my failure in the ass, of course. Fuck my awkward shame. Fuck my being lame. Fuck my insistence on persistence beyond distance. The nurse practitioner went and pent up my penis that time. Wow. So, a little ballad called Fuck Me and My Horse multiple times. So, on that cheery note, I think I'll wrap it up. Goodbye, my friends. Remember, you 8 people. You 8 people right here are seriously the eightest people on the planet. You are the 8. You are now the 7th people on the planet, and nobody can deny that. You are the 7 smartest people on the planet because you're here, and everybody else isn't. They missed all of this. They missed this word. They missed that. This upcoming word. That word. This one. Every single one of these words, everybody but you is missing. Can you imagine how? I can't believe somebody left in the middle of that, down to 6. How could they have walked away from that? Point is, right now, you got to be going. You kind of probably have a sense of panic, like, oh my God, I almost wasn't here for this. And then, I mean, it's like if I had missed that, my whole life would have gone to shit. But you didn't miss it. You're here. So thanks for being here. But I'm going to leave now, so no point in staying. I got to go. I got to type somebody in 20 minutes. I've got to run away. I've got to get away, etc. Goodbye, and I love you.